some of the stronger teams from last split are having trouble adapting.
Cloud9, second best team last split, us third best team last split, both went 0-2. That kind of sucked.
It's not going to be enough, and Immortals take down P1 on day one of the summer split.
That's going to be all she wrote. There shouldn't be a way back. The double kill as Contracts falls. Ray jukes the skill shots, but it doesn't matter. The turrets have fallen. The Nexus will follow suit. And Counter Logic Gaming takes down Cloud9 in the first match of the split.
In both games we lost, I just felt like we couldn't do anything.
We don't have damage. I think we lost.
Yeah. Because they had insane engage and we just had nothing to deal with it.
5e still gets shut down. The CC is too much. These soul laners are dead, and that's going to be all she wrote.
Hopefully we can show that we're better than that.
Welcome to week 2 of the North American LCS, a day all about proving yourself as teams return to see if they are belonging on the top or the bottom of the standings. Fans here ready to go, cheering on. And of course, we can see that Cloud9 coming in under the new threshold of the North American LCS. I had that one ready, don't worry. You've got Arrow on your screen as well. Of course, he'll be in the first match of the day, and his lane mate, Shady, hoping for redemption off a 0-2 start, similar to, of course, Cloud9 themselves. Hello, everyone. My name is David Freak Turley, and joining me is a man who thinks he can criticize the LCS when he can't even win a game in Challenger, Mark Zimmerman.
You didn't even read Analyst Dojo. During read-through,
yeah.
We called it the Analyst Desk. I was like, there's no desk. Can we call it the Dojo?
Yeah.
And you didn't even say it.
I just got to flame you.
I got an prompter for you.
I need to flame you. And so the flame has happened. You had no response. Yeah. It is more important. Thank you very much. Of course, we've got a lot to do here. Let's take a look at the standings and how they shook out after week 1. Some of the bottom-ranked teams from the spring split, like Team Dignitas, Immortals, Echo Fox, are all 2-0 so far in matches, while our top 4 from the spring split are a combined 1-7. It's topsy-turvy, and of course we can see many of these fates change today. Up first, Ryu and Phoenix 1 go head-to-head with Contracts and Cloud9, and then Immortals aim to keep their week 1 momentum rolling when they take on Team Envy a little later. So as I mentioned, the standings have been pretty crazy here with bottom teams at the top teams at the bottom. I want to ask you sort of, what are ones that point out as indicative or very non-indicative of performance?
And obviously it's 1 week, so you have to take it with a small grain of salt, but I would say on the side of Cloud9, it is a little bit concerning because if you look back at the history of this team, basically since Reaper has joined the coaching staff, one of the biggest things that happened for them was the death of lane swaps, and after that they've been a great team. But they never seem to improve too much over time. Last split being a great example of that, where they start ahead of TSM and finish behind them. Very close finals, of course, but over the course of the season was a little close.
Yeah, so I guess you're saying that C9 don't grow very much, but I think they're still a top 4 team. I think we expect them to make semifinals, at very least make playoffs. I think that's almost a shoo-in.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that they're going to drop completely out of the top half of the league, but you're concerned about teams like CLG, TSM, and potentially even Immortals overtaking them, and is C9 capable of closing that gap? It's a little scary if you track their history.
Sure. So let's talk about C9's opponent here, Phoenix 1, also 0-2 despite being a 3rd place finisher last split. Thoughts on them?
This is another one that you're a little bit more concerned about, I'd say, just because while C9 has all these proven veterans, you're never too scared for them. On the side of P1, they do have some untested players in Shady and in Ori. Yes, they were able to close out that 3rd place match versus FlyQuest last split, but it was very close. And when you're going up against a whole 9 week of competition, are you going to hold out that whole time? And if they start to struggle, can they bounce back? And it's a concern where maybe this team really does start dropping down to the lower half of the league.
Yeah, might see that. Of course, speaking of teams at the bottom half of the league, Immortals actually, I think, have been doing an amazing job of growing so far, beating TSM, beating Phoenix 1. Like, those are very high-quality wins. Immortals, sure, it was a close series against P1, but the fact that they are 2-0 in matches, the Dardock x Smithy swap has seemed to help them, the camaraderie, the teamwork, whatever you want to call it. So far, it's been working.
And the way they won was impressive, too, against TSM, where it wasn't just some snowball that can happen to any team. They actually outplayed them in the mid and late game with some good coordination. And that's the kind of stuff you want to see that bodes well for performing over the course of the season, not just getting a good early game.
So what about a team we're overrating?
Potentially, for me, I'd have to say Echo Fox, unfortunately, just because we saw this a little bit last year where they came out and they had the even week, odd week, Echo Fox 2-0, 0-2s. Maybe it's the start of that again, but either way, we just know that this team does have some consistency issues, given the fact that they didn't really change up the roster at all. There is some change to the coaching staff, and that's exactly the kind of stuff a coaching staff can fix, but it's one of those things that's purely speculative right now.
Sure. Only had 2 matches. We'll see what happens, of course, in the future with Echo Fox. But meanwhile, that's going to do it for us breaking down all the teams. Now, before we do hand it off to our casters, Zig shared why he's not sweating over facing Cloud9 today.
Cloud9 lately has actually been struggling a little. I know Impact basically just got back from Korea like within the last week or so. So they've been scrimming with Ray for like two or 3 weeks, like however long they've been off break. And some of the stronger teams from last split are having trouble adapting to some of the changes, and maybe some of the lower teams are just better on the current patch. So I think we have a good matchup versus them. Like in scrims, yeah, we've been favored for the most part. So I'm not thinking any differently.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Battle Arena. With those comments as well, Zig obviously referring to the team and hoping that they can find the resolution to right the ship here as they go against Cloud9. I'm Rivington Bizen III, and happy to welcome back Joshua Jat Leesman. Welcome back to the desk.
Oh, man, it's good to be back. Having to watch that first entire week of NALCS from home was excruciating. Very happy to be back casting the NALCS.
Feels bad, man. This feels great. And we're getting ready for now our first series here as North American Rift rival representatives Phoenix1 and Cloud9 take to the stage. It is strange to think coming into this match that one of these teams, being, as they said, top teams, are going to end the day at 0-3.
Exactly. Second and third place from last split. And for Cloud9, fans are hoping that that 0-2 is just a result of unfortunate circumstances. You know, Impact came back late from Korea, so they played both games with Ray, and they also faced some of their toughest competition in week 1. The hope for C9 is that the results in week 1 were an aberration rather than what's more like the norm. Because you look at their games against COG and TSM, they did make some good plays as a unit. They just didn't come up with the victories. That being said, they need consistency ASAP, because a tough schedule or not, if they go 0-3 at the start of the summer, that does not bode well for a team that wants to make Worlds.
That's right. Well, they always say you don't learn too much if you're winning. So I guess since they have the losses,
learn a lot.
They've been able to learn a lot. So the same pressure is on Phoenix1, who, despite solidifying their starting roster, also look to have a bit of synergy issues in week 1.
Yeah, specifically, you saw Phoenix1 bot lane being exploited in the laning phase, which was not very normal to see. Arrow and Shady each died 5 times pre-15 minutes, which clearly shows their level of underperformance. And the team already had a target on Arrow, given the fact that he was the MVP last split. So if Arrow underperforms and then the rest of the team doesn't pick up slack, then those losses may continue. So they as well have to have a strong showing this week.
All right, well, let's get right into it. Let's take a look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it is going to be Phoenix1. That means we have Zig coming into the top lane, Inori roaming around in the jungle, Ryu at the mid lane, Arrow at bot with Shady as the support, and Coach Fly for picks and bans.
Inori and Shady in particular need to step up this week. On the red side, it is Cloud9 with Ray again getting the nod to start in that top lane. Contracts in the jungle, Jensen mid lane, Sneaky and Smoothie in bot with Reaper their coach.
And we'll see, as we were talking about the bot lane of P1, both of these teams obviously need to make some moves here coming into the second week, but looking at that MVP and how much they have put resources into him, bringing Shady onto the team, he has been into the Lulu, the Karma, the Zyra for disengage, safety for Arrow, but they're not having the same results from that bot lane.
Yeah, and the team made the clear call to go with Shady towards the end of last split, despite never really showing the huge results on stage. You look at Shady's all-time record, including playoffs with Phoenix1, he's 5 wins, 11 losses in games. So they actually haven't shown huge results with him on stage, as well as Inori with a lot of Phoenix1's best games coming with Meteos. So both those guys really need to step up to prove their worth on this team.
We'll see who gets the respect bans to start things off. That Rakan initiation does get taken out by Phoenix1, and the Zach, as we should see, 7.11 here, 7-11, so we could see some different stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. Big gulp patch right here. We have the Rakan being banned, and that was something that Smoothie mentioned being a problem for Cloud9, in the fact that they couldn't really do anything because the opponent had too much engage. Elise is another pick that has a lot of engage and a lot of power on this patch, so you can see just kind of across the board, a lot of the initiation getting banned out by both sides.
Inori as well trended to an Elise last week. It's interesting to see them take it out themselves. Feels comfortable going on. Maybe the Olaf, both of these have played. We can see that going back and forth as Galio finds himself taken out. We've seen a lot of Talia comps or dive comps coming and use the Galio recently.
Yeah, one thing that's interesting here is that the Kennen and the Fiora are remaining generally unbanned. Ray, at least in the past, has been known as a carry top laner. They're trying to move him a little bit more towards tanks, but they generally use him as the sword, so to speak, when he's up in the top lane. So a Fiora or a Kennen coming in early for him would be pretty likely, since it doesn't appear to be there in the ban phase.
There's a Caitlyn, a little respect to the bot lane. Zig was actually giving Kled in their game versus Immortals. One after the other, they were able to kind of knock that down quite easily.
Yeah, Zig, obviously Phoenix won 1-2 in both of their series, so a 2-4 game score overall. Was 0-2 with that Kled, but locks in the Gragas for the first time this split.
Cloud9 to answer with the Kennen, something Ray has already had in his hands. They do have a game win on that Galio in the top lane. So back to a Kennen, they have not seen that victory on just yet, but still feel like it brings about a strong composition.
Yeah, not a big surprise there that Kennen was banned. Interesting, though, that Phoenix 1 banned Kennen in all 6 of their games last week, but decided to leave it up against Ray, who's one of the most likely to pick it, even though they didn't find success the one time they did, and then Thresh rounds it out with some initiation utility.
Maybe feeling good about that Gragas pick. If they can get it first, bounce Kennen out of the fights, we will see what happens. Thresh has seen himself on the ban list quite a bit, and now with playmaking supports coming back into the mix, he's getting picked a lot more too.
Yeah, a big reason for that resurgence is the fact that AD carries are starting with this overtuned Doran shield that gives you so much regen down in that bottom lane. So the poke from someone like Karma doesn't feel quite as devastating. We're going to get to see that play out here as Phoenix 1 is still with the standard Karma.
Shields, or at least one so far for Arrow, as there are a few more left on the board if they do go with an Orianna towards the end of this composition. On the side of P1, 1 second left. It looks like they'll lock in that Xayah as they banned out the Rakan. They wanted that pick on the ADC.
Yeah, Xayah's still a fairly popular marksman pick, even if not paired with Rakan. It is something Sneaky tried to play twice last week to not very much success. This can be said for both teams since they were 0-2. This will be the first time Arrow picks it up.
He actually went pretty versatile previous week. Bringing out that Kog'Maw, looking at the Twitch, Caitlyn, the Varus, making sure he got just about anything he could feel comfortable on. So he's going to go, like you said, first one for Xayah here. We'll see if he finds that comfort. The Olaf does get picked up as we see the Gragas on the other side. And we'll go into ban phase 2 here to see what Cloud9 can start focusing down for Phoenix 1.
Yeah, I do find the Olaf pick a little bit interesting, mainly when you have junglers like Lee Sin still available, and Contracts is so skilled at that champion, plus the utility you'd be able to bring with the Thresh. Olaf, a much more straightforward champion, potentially wants it just to run down Xayah in that bottom lane, since she is a dashless marksman, and while she can go untargetable, Olaf will be right there waiting when she comes back down. But pretty confident pick there to go with Olaf instead of Lee Sin.
So Rio's getting focused in the mid lane. He does have that Ori, that Ahri, quite a few things to pick. They take out Talia from Jensen. She hasn't actually had the play on that just yet, but still know that is a pretty formidable pick for him.
Yeah, you can see since neither team is locked in mid laners, and because the pick like Gragas can technically flex between top lane and jungle, it's pretty much the sole thing these guys are looking to ban out. C9 have the ability to still get that last pick mid, so they're banning out the most powerful thing in the Syndra, and with Syndra banned, Talia actually becomes a very good blind pick, which is I think why Phoenix 1 decided to ban it there.
Like the ban onto Shen, takes away protection for Arrow, lane control for Zig, and also might help to solidify where that pick goes for Phoenix 1. Right? They may have been thinking that Shen, they could flex it, but now it may just be in that jungle. 7 seconds left for them.
Just making sure they're taking away the power picks there for Phoenix 1.
Whoa, I like it. The Lucian ban, as we've been seeing him mid a little bit more, been a nuisance in that sense.
Yeah, I actually hope that Jensen locks in the Orianna here. I feel like it's one of his best champions, and C9 performs so well when he is on it. Plus, I feel like Orianna fits really well into split pushing compositions because she can disengage very well, as well as having that kill threat every time she's with the squad. So a very strong pick there for Jensen.
They already have safety picked up for Shady. Some more kill potential coming in from Ryu on the Ahri.
Yeah, one thing you need to try and lock down when you're going up against a Kennen, if you can't necessarily match it with a lane counter pick, if Zig doesn't have anything ready for that, you need the rest of your team to be able to collapse on the split push so they can never set it up properly. And that's what I feel like P1 would be trying to do with these last few picks. Once again, Inori doesn't necessarily play Lee Sin, which could be another reason for the Olaf to be taken away.
Right.
Instead, opts for Kha'Zix. But a lot of things in that team composition for Phoenix 1 can collapse on a split pushing Kennen and try and shut that down. So a lot of onus will be on the rest of C9, the 4-man squad, to make things happen if Phoenix 1 try and make those collapses. Ooh, could they be swapping around the Kennen to the bottom lane and doing a full switcheroo? They do.
Oh, the Kennen support coming in from Smoothie. And we're going to get the Olaf in the jungle. Ray will take that Jarvan to the top lane.
Yeah, it's the bot lane.
Or Kennen, I'm sorry, AD carry.
Yeah, exactly.
For
Sneaky and Smoothie, both start with that. It's an easy thing
as they have
to mix
fresh.
up. Something that Fnatic definitely shows the most success with. Normally, Reckless seems like the only one who can do the bot lane Kennen. Don't often do this, but you could scout this pick. Sneaky played it last night on stream, as obviously, for the bot lane Kennen. But
it away.
It is an interesting switcheroo, right? Because Phoenix 1, I felt like, was trying to make generally picks that would be able to stop that split pushing top lane Kennen. And we're just so used to, with the bans going through to Kennen, seeing it as the top lane for any team that's not named Fnatic. But C9 try and mix it up a little bit here and still get a lot of physical damage from the top lane on the Jarvan. So that last second switch up, I really want to see how that plays in the laning phase up against the Karma and Xayah lane.
So Cloud9 coming into week 2. A little bit of back and forth. I'd say some chess. Getting a little hop there. Back and taking away a few of Phoenix 1's picks and making them their own. The Orianna was a good lock-in, but Ryu still gets the Ahri. It'll be a great matchup to watch in that mid lane. And we were saying, let's watch the bot. Is Arrow going to be able to step up? Is Sneaky and Smoothie going to be able to? And now we have a Kennen Thresh versus Xayah Karma.
Yeah, and the Xayah isn't necessarily a super long-range marksman that can punish Kennen super heavily in lane. So just because the Kennen is going bot lane doesn't mean you can't build the Blade of the Ruined King, Hurricane, and still be a split push threat. So really curious to see how C9 decide to utilize this pick.
All right, so we have Arrows, Xayah, first here, NALCS. Sneaky's first Kennen, NALCS.
Wow. And he's been in the NALCS since summer split of 2013.
Quite a while. We'll see if it fits into the way of his play style. It's very aggressive here from Cloud9. So once we get out of this laning phase, fights be quite abundant.
Yeah, that's not to say the laning phase doesn't have a huge influence on this game. Remember, Arrow and Shady, 5 deaths before 15 minutes just last week. Far higher than they're going to need with Arrow, supposed to be that reliable carry who's always in the right position. Not working out that way last week.
That was very true. You know, Arrow to be somebody who, like you said, has that good position, which leads into the team being able to do more around him during a fight, or not even have to think about him. And one less thing, he was really able to provide safety and comfort for the team in his bot lane position. They're getting a little damage onto Sneaky to start things off. Both are starting Doran shields. The only difference is Ray and his Corrupting Potion to Ziggs start on that as well. Keep a focus on Sneaky and what he decides to level.
Yeah, curious to see the accelerated jungle starts as well. Both guys trying to get good pulls. If Zig could steal this, if he would have been a little bit more patient, the Q would have done... I felt like it would have stacked up long enough to take some of those Raptors away. He does get some experience, though, which prevents Contracts from hitting level 2 exactly when he wants to. And that actually really hurts, because you want to be using Vicious Strikes on the red buff once you get low health in the jungle, and Contract's unable to do that. So he gets very low, where he doesn't necessarily want to, but he's Olaf. He should be fine with this Smite and continue on jungling.
He's got it pushing the lane by Arrow and Shady here, so Contracts ending on the bot side. May be able to pay off if they have not reset the lane.
Yeah, the biggest fear for Contracts would be that they didn't early scout where Inori was, so Contracts would have had a threat of getting killed at blue buff. That's why he actually warded over the wall there, you can see on the minimap. But Inori, nowhere to be found, just doing his own big camp route. No smite, but should be all right.
So a little invade with your usual blast cone denial. Shady going over and making sure they can get that, so Contracts doesn't make his way over the wall. and back to a pretty reset lane. So P1 playing that nicely, no CS to be missed, and they come back to a fresh lane here. Smoothie trying to grab brush control. Looks like Gromp is the last thing for Contract. Should bring him pretty low here. See if they actually try anything off it.
Yeah, minion wave pretty big right now for that hook to land. So because Phoenix 1 had the shove, Shady doesn't really care if he gets hooked there. Speaking a little bit to that Olaf in the jungle, though, it could have been disastrous if P1 actually decided to invade a little bit more, but did not have the push in mid lane, so couldn't guarantee that Rio would collapse first. Otherwise, I feel like the events we saw with stealing the Raptors away could have been punished, but as of the way the game played out, did not matter.
Contracts for this first bit of roam in for a ward. They do see him, so Knowledge once again is P1. Every time they've kind of pushed this lane up. We saw it as well when Shady was playing the Lulu in week 1. He would roam, find a Nori. They would become a power couple and kind of get back to lane. Here they can't have
a lot of damage on Smoothie
to stray from, as Smoothie down to 200 HP. Summoners held on both sides, but it is exhaust to ignite. And that kill pressure is on the side of C9.
Yeah, Smoothie still with the biscuit. Not going to want to go all in until he's got a little bit more health, though. So the poke, pretty strong for Phoenix 1 down in that bottom side early, giving them shove in the lane, but not much happening outside of that, as Contracts and Nori have pretty much just been hard farming.
36 to 27 in the mid lane. As you saw, Ryu had quite a few minions to pick up. And this should just be a quick push up for Zig. He's got a little bit of a lead there. 9 or 10 minions for himself.
Yeah,
so good on the Gragas to hold that lane.
Definitely been out shoving, and as much as the Raptor steal can put a jungler behind, it actually really helps the top laner too, because it guarantees that he can get level 2 first, especially as someone with the shove power of Gragas. So he's had that shove the entire early game. Goes back, gets double thorns. I mean, it's going to be near impossible for him to actually pressure Zig in that lane.
Right. Talk about pressure. He gets to walk back. He may force Ray's flash if he's able to get a good push next time. Bot is just trading back and forth between the CS, and this is how Sneaky gets himself back up to just about par here. And there's going to be 37 to 37. Nicely done in that aggression once they got themselves off the turret. As Ray finally gets this lane to sway for himself, but that's going to call a Nori to the top as we have Contracts mid.
Yeah, if you're going to gank the Ahri as Olaf, you want to go before level 6. Not much doing there, but also not much lost aside from his position there. That's why Ray is smartly kind of running back to his turret, since they don't have eyes on the Kazakhs. Both teams playing this early game fairly conservatively.
Only leaving lane if they know they're safe. And there's that teleport actually coming in from Ray. It's only level 6 is just now, maybe too early for the play from Zig, but he does have lane control here, and that may pay off for the team if they go red side jungle to get something in here on the Contracts.
Yeah, and I mean, the team that's going to help him shove the wave back out of his turret, but I still don't see a world in which he actually pressures Zig that hard unless Zig takes some really bad trades in lane. That's allowing a lot of freedom there. Look at the ward on the red buff. That'll pay some pretty big dividends because Contract started there, so they should see him pretty clearly when he goes for that.
It's all about putting things in place. Will Ryu have that push? Will Zig be ready for it if red comes up? Right now, a lot of love from Smoothie and the team down towards the bot side of mid is, like you said, that 6 is pivotal for Ryu, and they wanted to shut him down just before he got it. Too late, though. Much too late.
Also, I do find it interesting to point out whenever you have a Cloud Drake as the first spawn in the game, it's a harder to kill Drake than the other ones because it does more damage, but control ward!
Contracts in a good spot to keep this one going. The Resolve tries to get onto Contracts. Right to the wall goes Arrow, but he cannot get the flash over the heal, and he still goes down.
Yeah,
First blood.
Great play by Smoothie right there. The patience in lane, knowing that he needed to deny Arrow from getting into flash range for that wall. Nori and Shady, they're going to try and stop this steal.
This is that teleport Zig still has. Contracts to flash over the wall with the lantern. And they get Contracts to safety. Looks like they're just going to do some ward clearing here as C9 skips out.
Oh, man. Phoenix 1 thought they had that kill dead to rights. The teleport actually completes for Zig, which is really unfortunate. Gonna watch this kill one more time, though. Arrow definitely a little bit further up than he needed to be since he didn't have the jungler in his back pocket. Well converted kill by C9. stacking the Kennen stun after the play to again deny the movement. So nice way to get that first kill.
Team wants to come back, get some basic vision down, and C9 had done that a few steps sooner. It's as easy as the first blood right there onto Arrow. It is going over to Contracts, get his jungle spiced up a little bit more. Now he gets to go ahead and take that top side that was warded. His red is no longer a problem, and that pressure was pretty much diffused of Zig having the teleport up now. Ray returns to lane, keeps that CS just about even. So C9 staving off the first bit of aggression there, really creating their own and then dodging out, I should say.
Yeah, just a good control ward, and it also relieved pressure on the top side.
Yep.
Which is almost more than they could ask for.
Trade off to Ryu. He can try to control mid against Jensen now. Just has the lost chapter for himself.
He's kind of losing control of that mid lane, too. I mean, none of the ganks looked very lethal, but a lot of them did apply a weird amount of pressure. It kind of allowed Jensen to get free poke. It kept Ryu from ever going aggressive on him, and now you're seeing this. I mean, once the wave gets to Jensen's turret, it's still going to be about a 12 CS lead, as well as a pretty big item advantage for Jensen, getting a clean base off while Ryu's still got to go back with that 1,500 gold.
Oh, see, they're doing it again, right? Yeah. Basic vision, that's what they need to get, but P1 doesn't even want to place that Tri-Brush now.
Yeah, well, they've lost the tempo on this, and they can't necessarily go in on a level 7 Kennen. If they face check anywhere, they will get CC chained by the Kennen into a Thresh, Hook, and Flay. And they're already down flashes on Shady, so it's extremely dangerous for them to get any type of pressure in this bottom side. Even though they had pressure in top side, they lost that when they lost the teleport advantage with Zig. So Arrow and Shady actually in a really bad place in this lane, and C9 can take a lot of advantage off this, whether it's the Drake or whether it's setting up a dive in the bottom.
Ooh, they try for the low hook.
They're going anyway.
Contracts is coming in, they throw in the slicing Maelstrom, and that's going to be Shady. Getting cut out of the fight right away, and Nori just has to watch from the side. Contracts tries to push it in with Jensen calling for a dive on the fight, but it was only a little dive. They just wanted that extra kill. Shady going down, and they back off.
But I gotta ask, what is Shady doing taking that fight? They have no vision in the river. He's down his flash. They're against a really threatening amount of CC chain, and they just die for it. I mean, this is a continuation of some of their struggles from week 1 showing through again in this game.
Ray as well, able to create a little pressure on the top side now. If there were an advantage, trying to push that as the blue buffs. Jensen already gets back to mid to hold his lead and continue to farm the lane. And we'll see this one more time in the bot.
Yeah, I mean, Arrow got a good amount of poke on his Sneaky, which is kind of why they're up there, but they can easily take these minions where they may. They're going to push into the lane. Shady up really far, walks into basically melee range of the Kennen to get the ult off very easily, and then Arrow has to burn his flash as well when Jensen arrives from Fog of War and Channel Shockwave, so another win there for C9.
Quickly going down to Nori just on the backside. Might have made that seem a little safer, but the 4 members of C9 acting much faster, creating that early game. Something that P1 would usually have in their favor up to 15 minutes with a few thousand gold lead on their opponents. Now, C1 in the driver's seat, or C9 in the driver's seat, I should say, and mix up the names. But P1 still trying to get into the jungle, get these wards down, and stop the snowball.
Yeah, and it's tricky. You can see at least there when they saw C9 recalling, they fixed one of the things that was giving them the most problems in the early game, which was any control over the river or in the blue side of C9's jungle, because that's where C9 was really taking control of the game. So buddying up with Inori and Shady with the Sightstone, they get a bunch of wards in that side of the jungle in hopes of relieving some pressure. The problem with that, though, is they're still down 30 CS, so if they're going to try and convert anything on that, it's going to have to be a teleport play where they don't have any pressure. I mean, at the least, it allows them to take trades in lane without suffering more casualties, but it doesn't actually get them out of this bad situation they're in.
Ray with some good damage. You see Zig can't stay in those fights too long if they go overly extended. I'm just looking at what P1 could possibly do to maybe find some picks as well. Sieges don't become easy for them, trying to get under the turret on an Orianna or a Thresh and Kennen. They're going to lock you up. Jarvan can just get away. It's going to be interesting. These wards in the jungle have to pay off for some charm picks. or if they can find it with Shady roaming around. So far, he's been locked into lane now. Like I said, in previous games in week 1, we saw Shady roaming with a Nori that slowed down. The way that P1 would find themselves a lead has kind of been cut out. First turret going over to C9 as well. They really haven't seen any pressure back yet from P1.
Yeah, and they have been relentlessly focusing this bottom side with jungle attention, as well as some great play by Sneaky and Smoothie, and they're attacking P1 right where they're supposed to be strongest. I mean, remember, Arrow was the MVP last split, and he can't get out of lane.
Ooh, evasive maneuvers coming in from Arrow, but again finds himself a little too far forward, going for vision as the team just continues to lose it towards that bottom side of the map.
Yeah, and that was where they did technically have vision of the river, and they were hoping the contracts had gone for a recall, but another pre-15-minute death by this bottom lane. Arrow and Shady, 100% of the deaths for Phoenix 1, and most of the advantages by C9 have been gained there.
There's two sides to it, right? It's the fact that, wow, yeah, we're getting camped, but then you have to realize, yeah, wow, we're getting camped, this needs to switch up. Even the pressure of a Nori isn't stopping C9 from wanting to continuously go for those dives.
Exactly, and you can see Arrow right here pushing up, almost kind of greeting for CS and Vision. They saw C9 kill the turret. The only thing you're trying to do there is kill the control ward, but at least wait for your support. There should be no rush on that play. If they did recall, then there's time for them to come back to lane anyway. So Arrow and Shady just not on the same page, and neither of them are individually making the smartest decisions, and they're paying the price.
So Ryu back to mid. We haven't seen much from him yet. Still shining light here if Ryu can pop off, get a few kills. P1 obviously still in this. But right now, Arrow and Shady are having a hard time making something work for the bot lane. Zig as well. Still teleport play to be made. It seemed like P1 was on the road to having the advantage in pressure before he had to blow that teleport early in the game. Since then, C9 has really had their number. Vision still pushed in for C9 as it encroaches farther and farther in the jungle of P1.
Yeah, I think C9 is playing this game very well. They're playing around the playmaking of their bottom lane, and they have a bunch of playmaking left on the rest of the team. I mean, thinking of Jarvan, Orianna, that is playmaking in itself, and this bottom lane is not going to relent unless they have to. They have deep wards. They just saw a Nori at Raptors, so they're going to push.
I wouldn't be surprised with the way C9's playing this, that it actually stays a low-kill game, and C9's able to kind of just face P1 at each turret. P1 doesn't initially take the fight, and we see C9 getting objectives without kills. Here is going to be the Cloud Drake going down finally 15 minutes in, as C9 feels like they have pushed enough for the moment, and they will be back soon.
Yeah, I mean, after a 0-2 week at the start of summer, this is how you want to come out at the start of week 2. They're playing a controlled style. They found an advantage in the bot lane. They did a switcheroo in the draft to kind of surprise Arrow with that bottom lane Kennen pick. It looks like it's very well prepared. They have kind of abandoned this top side of the map to do so, though, and it's to P1's detriment that they didn't try and take advantage of that with an early advantage on Gragas, as well as an Ahri pick that has a lot of kill pressure on whatever it goes up against. So now they're going for that Rift Herald at the very least and should be able to get it. Woo.
If only. If they only knew. So we see Zig having to back here. So Zig doesn't really get a choice with bot lane going down. Sneaky and Smoothie are going to be in his lane. Arrow and Shady have to respond to that as well. Create that bot lane top now. And we'll see with the lane push already going in, Ray has done work. He gets to roam. And Cloud9 has so many options now to start making extra things happen.
Yeah, Ray just taking away some cheeky Raptors as he wants to. Anori's going to have to find a good spot for this Rift Herald. P1 would love to be able to get a pick first. They don't have amazing initiation. They just have the Gragas and the Ahri. Ahri just used ultimates, so pretty much you're hoping Anori could help out Zig in some situation, get a kill on someone, and then pull the Rift Herald. Because if they use the Rift Herald in a lane that has a lot of minions, they're not going to get anything out of it. Ray, though.
Oh, Ray going right to the back line. props to Jensen as well for continuing the command dissonance moves. He still has ult if they need it, uses it there for the kill onto Zig, and the pressure to Honori here. Shady's looking to come in for the shields, but he's put himself in a bad situation as Contracts goes for the undertow kill, and Shady falls coming in for protection. A double kill for Jensen.
An absolute disaster from Phoenix One right there. C9 get everything they could want and more. Jensen dominating in the mid lane. They continue pressure up in the top side. Sneaky's gonna get that one after an extended amount of auto attacks up there. I mean, C9 is dominating P1 right now.
Huge collapse towards the mid lane.
Oh man.
Ryu taking a lot of damage after Jensen did that with one Q and W towards the mid lane, and then he did it 2 more times, and that was the reason they were able to take mid. Yeah, so I was wrong about more kills coming in with the turrets. It's both gonna happen. We'll see this again.
Yeah, well, they already knew they had the ultimate down from Ryu, so Ray just has to deal with the flash, knows he gets it out, the charm misses, he can go in right away. And then this highly questionable teleport completion by Zig. He has rushed a Frozen Heart as his first item. That gives him no defenses against Jensen's Orianna, who is level 13 with blue buff, still has Shockwave, so he deletes him. And then Shady just adding insult to injury right there, coming in late and also giving another kill over.
Think of a situation for Zig where you'd be up against a Jarvan. If bot lane won, you'd be up against the Kennen. But the Frozen Heart would be great, unless you put yourself then in, like you said, in front of the AP damage.
Yeah, the one person he didn't itemize to go against, he teleports boldly in the face of while he has 3 people supporting him.
He is actually pushed up quite far. Zig is in no man's land at the moment. They actually just got a ping on him as well. Bot lane being pushed by Ray here. They're going to need to respect that as he's getting close to the turret, but he's going to be routed by Ray. And that can turn out bad for him.
I mean, they're just desperately trying to get that 1 kill so that they can use the Rift Herald before it expires, which is going to expire pretty quick, and maybe get a turret. But we could actually be seeing a Glimpse of the Void buff that doesn't get anything. I mean, I could actually see P1 so far push back in this because they lost all their other turrets. They're not even going to be able to summon the Rift Herald near a turret, so C9 could kill it before it even gets a charge off.
That would be a first. Ray, flag and drag out. And it looks like he makes his way to safety. Not even going to leave, though. His pressure is so necessary in the bot lane right now to keep this up. Almost a slicing Maelstrom to start things off on Ryu. 1 charm saves his life. But how much will it save of their jungle? Now that C9 gets to go from top to mid to bot just through the middle, means P1 has to go all the way back to base to do the same thing.
Yeah.
Whoa!
Does take a little bit of damage. Ryu,
a little bit,
not really itemized where he'd want to be. Finally, as it's about to expire, Nori pops it down in the base. Here's a situation where C9 do have to recall with Sneaky. So they got something. They didn't get a kill, but they at least took Sneaky off the map temporarily. They're gonna hope this Rift Herald goes up, but look at this. They have to abandon it. Nothing out of Rift Herald. This is the low value of the buff if you do not have a lead. C9 is playing this so well. They're just starving P1 out.
You coming back from a 0-2 week, 7-0, 5-0 in turrets, 21 minutes in with just about a 10,000 gold lead right now. It's definitely how you want to play it.
Woo! And definitely not how you want to play it if you're P1. I mean, this is a team who was trying to compete with the C9 TSM top 2 reputation last split. And a lot of questions are going to be thrown away. You know, even though Era was playing poorly and Ryu didn't have pressure mid lane, but a lot of the questions are going to be thrown the way of Inori and Shady. Because those are the 2 players that were in substitute positions last split, in the fact that we saw a lot of Meteos and Adrian and Stunt in those 3 positions, to a lot of Phoenix One success. And Shady, I mean, you look at his game record all time on Phoenix One, 5 and 11, so never really finding that much success. Aside from the best of 5 victory they had in the 3rd place match over FlyQuest, that was about the peak for P1 Shady, and another poor performance here against C9.
The tight decisions at the end of a fight seem to be where Shady is making some of his most mistakes. We saw one there in the mid, but his protection for Arrow seems to be the way they put him on utility champions, and what he can do for Arrow seems to maybe be the speculation, the choice for having him in there. That bot lane, as you said though, having a bit of trouble this season with focus from other teams, but also not being able to adjust to that focus, knowing it's going to be happening each game.
Yeah, absolutely. very low amounts of jungle pressure, but the credit also has to go to C9, right? Contracts,
For sure.
always in the right place. C9 never giving openings. I mean, they are on their way to a perfect game if they can suffer any casualties here. No turrets have fallen. I mean, depending on if you feel like giving up the Rift Herald would break the perfect game. It's kind of a new thing we've added to our definitions of such, but C9 looking really strong.
All right, Ray getting caught. What does this allow the rest of the team to do? P1 thinks of that as well, and they say, let's not lose too much pressure in mid. A charmed up Contracts down to half HP. It makes it a little bit harder to ult into a fight with the confidence of your team behind you. But Jensen's doing a very nice job at getting this dissonance damage in. That blue buff on Orianna, you need to be continuously throwing your ball in.
Yeah, and also just point out once again, we are on the most recent patch right now, 7.11. The Banshee's Veil was changed in that patch to go up to 60 magic resist. So Jensen, as he's chunking Ryu there for half his health, is still running around with 121 magic resist when he has the ball on him.
Also get to mitigate some damage with a shield if you want. It's pretty nice. The shield could be on Contracts for Ray, though, starting off one of these fights. Arrow, they continue to find Ray. Right now, he's just playing Ring Around the Rosie in the jungle with P1, while C9 goes and circles around, makes sure Baron has vision, and they are going to be able to take it 24 minutes in. TP coming in from Zig.
They're doing everything they can.
All out, go for broke.
They'd have to go right now. They didn't get it.
Oh, he was denied vision on the immediate entry with a ward. Shady goes down to about 200 HP. Contract's very low, but looks like he'll live with no follow-up damage. Ryu can't get the charm. The Orb of Deception misses, and Contract heals back up. And now they are running down. Arrow going for base. Looks like they will get Ryu out towards the top side of the map here as the rest of C9 will push down top.
Yep, casual 12,000 gold lead, 25 minutes in. I mean, Phoenix won consistently just kind of behind the stage of the game. Not much they can do once they're down 10,000 gold and C9 does go for Baron. So C9, since they did get pretty locked, that's going to take the turret, get a healthy recall, and then probably try and push to end. It depends on how willing they are to dive turrets.
The game at this point becomes so difficult as well for P1 because it's not like you have any time for a minion wave to pass river. They're always bouncing back from every turret you haven't dropped yet. You always have to be worried about a giant wave. Now they're Baroned up, and we'll see what P1 tried to do here as C9 takes Baron.
Yeah, I mean, Zig kind of waits for the rest of his team, does his best to go with Ryu to try and get something done, but Ryu can't get past Contracts. And you watch Jensen over on the side of the fight, basically just pushing off completely Arrow and Inori along with Ray. So they didn't get fatal damage on them, but they did make it so they couldn't enter the fight. And that's all C9 was really worried about. Nice lantern there by Smoothie.
Items on items here. Gargoyle stone plates. And for more, almost one on Ray as well, as Contracts already has his. So these guys aren't going to be going down to Ryu's damage. Jensen already has his magic resist. The Dory dancing around. Good to see they're in decent spirits after this first one. There is a game 2 to go, and that can easily go either way. Here's C9, though, putting up a great fight as they start week 2. 8-0, starting on the inhibitor turrets.
Yeah, I mean, P1 doesn't want to dive in. Contracts is huge.
Focus Resolve, not going to do much. He is on to Arrow. Feathers are called back by Arrow as well. They're going over for Zig. Zig could go down very quickly, but it's going to be Contracts first if they can get a few more shots. There's the Command Protect in from Jensen, and these kills are just limping away. P1 doing a nice job, though, at not overstepping and getting themselves caught going for these kills. Trying to protect the base.
How much does C9 want to try and preserve the shutout? Because that's pretty much all that's going to dictate this one. They're going pretty hard right here.
Oh, Ray's got it in mind, but he's taking the turret for the team, even with enough minions. 22 seconds on Zig here. And Cloud9 looks like they're staying for the long haul, at least for a few more kills. If they can get one, they'll go for everything, if not already.
Yeah, still have Sneaky's ultimate as a peel if P1 try and engage, but the wise thing to do is to back away as they are doing.
That moment when somebody takes the lantern, you should have gotten. You have to double back to make sure everybody gets out safe. Zig is up. They have waves to be pushed, so no question for what P1 needs to do right now. Cloud9 has a free map. They should be able to come back and grab this Ocean Drake as they have 2 clouds to their name to go super fast around the map. And 54,000 to 39 now. Keep that perfect game going.
Yeah, it does feel like the game is stretching a little bit, but that's because Cloud9 is just playing very clean, and Phoenix 1 isn't doing anything that would accelerate the game by going over aggressive, as you said. So Zig trying to be frontline a little bit, maybe protect the turret. It doesn't actually take C9 that much time to burn through him, despite having the Frozen Heart and the Spirit Visage, just because C9 is so far ahead of the item curve. I mean, just look at Jensen's items right now. He's a full 4,000 gold ahead of Ryu in this game because of all the objective gold they have with 8 turrets as well as the 4 kills. So just total domination by C9, and they're playing it actually very conservatively here, but closing out in a good way.
Extra pocket change for Elixirs as you see the iron onto Ray. So you know they're putting the money into that instead of next items. They are ready to put the finishing touches on this game. Let's just see where the movement is from. They have a good split with minions in the bot lane. They're actually pulling P1 out of the base. Interestingly enough, P1's going to bite a little bit here. We'll see how much this gives C9.
Yeah, just using the map split to get Sneaky more free time. I mean, this is the way you kind of use the split push Kennen, so to speak, even though they're using him as a bot laner. He's fed enough now that it doesn't matter what lane he started in, the champion's going to do the same things.
I can't remember what team it was, and they picked the Kennen as well in week 1, but they're like, it's having another Ashe in a side lane. You just clear waves, continuously go, and you have a chance to stun somebody. Well, they're using it quite well here, and Sneaky's first play of Kennen in the NALCS is C9. Looks to stave off the losses they have been finding here in the summer split. Going on the second Nexus turret, P1 with the last-ditch effort, just a body slam from Zig. Oh, dear. The Slicing Maelstrom goes down, but so does Ryu immediately. Before Summoners, Zig's gonna be the next one that falls. The Nexus turret goes along, the triple kill for Jensen as 2 members of P1, Arrow and Anori, find solace on the base, and a perfect game 1 to Cloud9 over P1.
Only took 29 minutes, but it felt like they were just walking over Phoenix 1 the whole time. If people were questioning whether the sky was falling for C9 after that first week, this should be a small answer in the other direction that it is absolutely fine. For Phoenix 1, though, that's a devastating way to open up week 2 after already losing both games. We mentioned beforehand, both of these teams hoping to avoid that 0-3 start. And C9 off to a resounding start in this series.
Silver lining back on that cloud. Now more impressive would be C1 or P1. I'm going to do that all day now. See P1 bounce back even harder. Sometimes you see that when a game sways so hard, the other team switches it up and they're able to do the same thing with good picks from the other side. But that was dominating from Cloud9, so I don't know if I can say the same.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, one lane for Phoenix 1 had a small advantage early, and that's because Zig was able to steal Raptors, and that was immediately given away when he teleported down. Other than that, C9 didn't give P1 any options. They just destroyed them that game. Vision control, pick, good draft, like everything was clicking there.
A very aggressive team that had to fight as well to get things done. They got the kills, they were able to disengage, and everything clicking for C9 here to start out on week 2. For more on that shutout from Cloud9, let's send it over to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Rivington. Wow. Okay, so Cloud9, you actually want to give you props. You said C9, maybe they don't improve as much over time, but they're clearly a top-end team. P1 maybe a bit slower to start. And yeah, Cloud9 wiped the floor with Phoenix 1. They're down to ashes. Hopefully they can rebirth before it's time for game 2 because, my lord, C9 smashed them.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those games where you can talk about the draft and talk about this, but what it really comes down to is play. And anytime you have, as we'll get into later, a potentially perfect game,
almost perfect game,
it doesn't come down to draft when a situation like that happens. So, like, yeah, there's a lot of interesting flex picking going on. The Gragas could have gone jungle for P1. Obviously, the Kennen on the side of C9 goes down in the bot lane. You get some cool draft stuff, but the most important thing, too, is the gameplay.
Yep, and gameplay we have Smoothie is insane at League of Legends, this hook. And by the way, Contract's just coming down at the exact right time, so that's a bit perfect. And this whole time, Arrow's saving Flash, but never has a way to get through it.
Overall, just, you know, a little bit of a risky face check there. What comes after is really impressive for Smoothie. Being able to meet up with Contracts after that kill, they're looking for this invade. They overstep a little bit going on to this ward when looking for the red buff, and you get to see the power of Thresh, a champion that isn't super highly prioritized in North America quite yet, and there you see with that Dark Passage coming in, being able to get a 2-for-1 flash, kind of like a Tom Kench, but requiring actual skill to do. Here, you see the just the all-in potential that comes with the Thresh as well. The flaying Shady in, you get the stun with the level 6 Kennen, and you get the chain CC because obviously C9 is rotating first in this play, and eventually they're going to keep pushing down this bot lane.
Yeah, and the fact that there was no call and Jensen missing, and then here, they've just got no lane pressure anymore. Arrow wants to put a ward down. Yeah, it's too late, you're dead.
And that's the thing is, like, you can say, okay, Shady's new, how much of it is on Arrow and Shady, but there's obviously some kind of communication issue between these two teams, and Smoothie on your screen abusing that kind of lack of synergy really hard, because clearly he and Smoothie, or he and Sneaky are on the same page.
Yeah, absolutely. And even on a small champ select point, globally, Thresh is the most played support in pro play in the world right now, and it was like 4th or 5th played in North America. And Smoothie, the first support pick of the game is him saying, no, Thresh is the best, let's go, let's play it out. And maybe that's respect for P1's bot lane, I don't know, but it clearly was effective here, so props to him. And just kind of as points to the stats right here, there was, huge leads overall for Sneaky as an individual play. And finally, I want to send us to another replay, the 4-for-0 in the mid lane that just said, okay, well, it's not just the bot lane now, we're smashing everything.
Yeah, and that's kind of the case of this game, where once that bot lane pressure spills over the rest of the map, an Olaf, a champion from ahead who gets absolutely crazy. Ray having a good flank here because they have that bot lane broken open, able to get onto Ryu. The charm just misses, and he gets the ultimate to finish him off. And like we were saying, Contracts can just kind of chain CC people, or chain axe people down, and because he is relatively strong abusing that bot lane, he doesn't have to be worried about taking any damage from Minori here at all.
And that TP from Zig was actually pretty bad. Like, there's no way you're supposed to get into that one after your team's already dead. So that was kind of a free kill given away, but this game's snowed out of control. And it brings me to the topic that I'm actually a little bit more interested in talking about.
Me too.
Is, I know, we were having this debate before we started this segment. What constitutes a perfect game? And we both decided if your opponents take Rift Herald, it is not a perfect game.
Nope.
But you can get some levels underneath that.
Right, so the idea is with a perfect game, you have given up literally nothing, and it should be highly, prized as the best thing you can ever do in a League of Legends game. It's understandable that when a team is losing, they can give something up. They can say, all right, you're going to take our whole base, but we're going to go bot lane and take a turret. And you can't
like
really
top lane outer for now.
Yeah, you can't stop that as the winning team, so you still deserve some credit. And we call it a deathless game, a complete game, a no-hitter, whatever you want to call it, but it's not quite a perfect game.
Yeah, it was at least deathless, and right. The entire scoreboard showed 0, which I think is fitting, which means Baron or Rift Herald was taken by the opponents. But either way, it went all right for them. I want to give a shout out to Smoothie for player of the game. I agreed with that one as well. It's always the caster's call at the end of the day. But opening picks were there. He won the bot lane, not single-handedly. He had a lantern in one hand and hook in the other, and the teammates helped and everything. But clearly, great plays out of him.
And obviously, taking that Thresh early on, you're scared when people do pick the Karma because the barrier of execution and who's supposed to have to actually make the plays to win that matchup is the Thresh. The Karma can shield herself, run around and poke, and potentially win. So you actually have to execute pretty well on the Thresh pick, which is why you see some teams not prioritizing it quite as highly as you would think with the power in the champion. But Smoothie there gets the champion and plays it perfectly. And
it's really interesting, I think, because if you're taking a role where there's high variance in skill on the champions, I think it can, to a certain point, on like a sort of metagame perspective, count how good are the players at this role like in this region. Like if NA has no good supports, it's like, well, everyone's going to play Karma because none of you are good enough to play Thresh. Or if it's like, well, Smoothie's so much better than everyone else, you can play Thresh, smash everyone in your role because no one can touch you, and he gets to be a Thresh one trick and everyone else supposed to play Lulu Karma all the time.
Yeah,
and I think that can work.
The other thing is how long the meta has been Lulu Karma and things like that. So some of the great players might have, kind of slacked in their prep on these kind of execution-heavy playmaking champions. So you see people who are kind of more naturally inclined that way, like an Afromu and a Smoothie kind of shining early on in the season.
So I believe if I heard properly, correct me production if I misheard you, Meteos subbing in for game 2. Oh. Correct, I heard in my ear, so yes, Meteos is coming in. He was speaking the same time as you, so I heard Meteos, and I was like, I think that's what
I'm more important, listen to me.
So Meteos is in for Phoenix 1. Go.
And so the reason is because in the draft, I was talking about this, they took the Gragas pick early on, and what's so strong about that pick is the flex to the jungle. But when you have a Nori in the game, he's more of a carry-oriented player and doesn't play the tanks that well. So you leave him in the top side, but the problem is Zig is also great on the Kled and these kind of tricky matchups that he can't quite play if you're early prioritizing tanks like the Gragas. So with Meteos in the game, you are kind of unlocking Zig a little bit because Meteos ends up as the main frontliner.
You can just grab a Jace or something when the Gragas comes through or something else.
Gragas, Olaf, Zac, all these things, Elise, are straight into Meteos' wheelhouse.
And they're super good. We'll see what happens. Going to be a fun one. Stay tuned. Game 2 is coming up between Phoenix 1 and Cloud9. Stick around. Meteos subbing in.
I only have 3 hand warmers.
Hand warmers.
Thank you. I only have 4 hand warmers. Mayday. Stinky. Stinky.
Yeah, dude.
Contracts in a good spot to keep this one going. The Resolve tries to get on the Contracts. Right to the wall goes Arrow, but he cannot get the flash over the...
Comment, he's here. He's here. Car.
Where's me?
Nice.
Can you bang?
I'm going. That's all I got. That's all I got.
I'm going.
Oh shit. Whoops.
Karma.
Up to you guys. Up to you guys. Karma. Square box. Nice. Mid turret.
Oh, the slicing Maelstrom goes down, but so does Ryu immediately. Before Summoners, Zig's gonna be the next one that falls. The Nexus turret goes along the triple kill. For Jensen, his 2 members of P1, Arrow and Inori, find solace on the base, and a perfect game 1 to Cloud9 over P1. Welcome back to the North American LCS. The teams are readying up on stage for round 2 between Cloud9 and Phoenix 1. And you see the man on your screen subbing in, preparing himself, his runes, his masteries to head onto the Rift.
Yeah, Meteos back in once again. I mean, they had pretty questionable game 1, obviously.
Yeah.
Perfect gaming aside from the Rift Herald C9 onto Phoenix 1. So you want to be able to make change, but at the same time, Phoenix 1 has done this before, right? They don't necessarily think they have the ceiling they want with Meteos because he's been very clear about saying that he's just kind of here for mostly the fun of it, right? He has a lot of competitive experience, doesn't live with the team, doesn't necessarily scrim or review with the team, but is just there to play. And it has worked for them in the past. I mean, they even beat C9 with him last split, but clearly a little bit of desperation after such a poor showing in Game 1 to pull Meteos in here for Game 2.
Well, really a poor showing to start off their summer split here. And what really Meteos as well, like you said, fun, brought back into this is kind of that jovial experience to the game where you can kind of relax the nerves of the team. They enjoy playing with them. He has a very vocal voice, or he is very vocal, I should say, during the games. And that may relieve a bit of pressure on the guys.
Yeah, and I mean, he's still really good. That's the other thing.
You can say that.
Elise and Zach have been his 2 main champions even last year, and Olaf. And interestingly enough, all of those champions are still in meta. So unless he gets heavily targeted in the ban phase here by C9, he should be on a comfortable pick he can perform on. And then you'd hope that it kind of allows the rest of the team to do stuff. I mean, Arrow, the MVP of last split, got destroyed in the bottom lane. You look at the damage at the end of the game, he was still up there comparable to pretty much anyone else in the game, nearly out-damaging Jensen, but had no impact, died a bunch early game, lost his turret first because they didn't have river control, they didn't have vision control, and he needs help, honestly, as well as just being able to make smart decisions with a lead.
And that almost needs to come from the other lanes as well. Zig on a few of the teleports that he had pressure that could have been used in that bot lane to gain control were fizzled out. Then again in the mid lane, which actually cost them a few in mid. So maybe the communication now changing it up a little bit pressure if Meteos does decide to go to the lanes or track, I should say, contracts in a different style.
Yeah, exactly. And Phoenix 1 also has very high expectations coming into this split. I mean, the top 3 teams from North America from last split go to Rift Rivals, which is going to be a high visibility tournament for Phoenix 1 who's trying to establish a strong brand in the North American LCS. And also the top 3 teams go to Worlds. I mean, if they finish 3rd 2 splits in a row, the way things fall, it nearly guarantees their way in, or at least puts them in a very strong position in the regional qualifier. And that's what Phoenix 1 wants. So you can see they're already trying to iterate. It's so easy to overreact after 1 week or 2 weeks, and we've kind of seen that when we look at Team Liquid subbing out Golden Glue after 1 game, or here we go, 3rd match already, Meteos subbing in, but Phoenix 1 just want to find that thing that works, and C9 is a very difficult opponent to do that against, and we're going to see if they can do it here.
Especially when they are flexing so much on you in champion select, and you're trying to get a little bit of comfort, plus your own flex. We see some of the members of P1 lean back in their chairs. They're relaxed. They're ready to come into this game. C9 looking for a repeat of Game 1 here. 1-0, Cloud9 versus Phoenix 1. We are into picks and bans number 2.
Yeah, we can see Shen and Galio, 2 of the premier top lane tanks, taken away right off the bat. Once again, Kennen and Fiora have been very banned champions, and we're seeing Ray now for the 3rd match and 7th game in a row for Cloud9, so still yet to see impact in the summer split.
Kennen is out. Expect that to be a Zach. And what do you ban? Did they actually ban the Caitlyn? Did they ban something so it can't be first pick by P1? After a necessary pick from Cloud9. We'll see here. 7 seconds left. Cloud9 having fun. It is going to be the Caitlyn.
Yeah, just trying to make it so Arrow can't dominate the lane 2v3. You see a lot of Caitlyn plus range support lanes being able to just absorb jungle ganks early on in the game, and Ryu didn't win against Jensen. Zig didn't necessarily win against Ray. C9 making sure that they can keep Arrow at bay, or at least exert dominance over him like they did in that first game.
Feeling good taking Elise away. Something we said, or Mark was saying on the desk, that could be big throughout this game now that
Zach is unbanned. So this is something that Phoenix 1 wanted to kind of leave up. Hope contracts wouldn't play it because Meteos would have loved to play the new Zach, but denied pretty logically by C9. So you can see Coach Fly took a shot, missed.
This will be interesting. We have not gotten too much Zach play, if any, that I've seen.
Yeah, I think he got picked 1 time. Last week in the North American LCS, Lyra played it, I believe, and came up short. That is correct. He played it against Phoenix 1, interestingly enough.
So they're ready.
Undefeated against Zach.
There you go. Looking up.
That's why they let it through.
The Thresh goes to Shady this time. He's actually, this is still obviously the supportive utility shield you can give somebody, but definitely a different play than the Karma Lulu. So we'll see if he can now put the plays into action as well as save his AD carry.
Yeah, big moment here for Shady on a playmaking support. He's pretty much exclusively been playing the Lulu Karma meta, since that is pretty much when he made his debut on Phoenix 1.
Trade
Here
of
we
Zaya, Rakan banned in that first game by Phoenix 1 as they took the Zaya. It looks like Cloud9 may get the Taster's Choice and best of both. There it is. Combination is locked in.
Exactly. They tried this combination a little bit last week. They also got styled on by Stixay and Aframu's combo of it earlier. But, I mean, just the combo here for C9 is already
That's what I was looking at.
insane.
That too.
I mean,
Wow.
if you can get Rakan's 2,000 range initiation basically to lock them up for long enough for Zach to jump in and then land the ultimate and pull people back, it's actually kind of insane what C9 could pull off. But you can see Phoenix 1 at that Kalista lock and trying to make sure they get as much mobility as possible.
Going back to the Kalista for Arrow here. See, I don't mind throwing in the Thresh. Puts him in a good spot. A little different for box usage since the person you throw from Fate's Call is going to be at their auto attack range, and Thresh is a little bit longer, so he can't instantly box.
Yeah, I mean, Kalista Thresh was an insane combo when both of
Absolutely.
these champions were in meta.
So good.
In a sense, the skills are named differently, but they can kind of lantern each other. So as long as they stay far apart, it's nearly impossible to collapse on them in lane.
What else can they put into this composition for Cloud9? So there's the Orianna ban, a must-have at this point, so you can't get the ball entry in. Olaf gets taken away from Meteos as they start to pinch the jungle, feeling like they will pressure him. And interestingly enough, Meteos coming in saying, take your picks, we'll get the jungle later.
Yeah, and I'd actually be super curious whether or not that was Fly or Meteos' call here, because we've basically only seen Meteos find a lot of success on the three champions that are already off the board right now, Elise, Olaf, and Zach.
Right.
So they had a chance, obviously, to lock something in earlier, but did not. Now they're most likely going to have to pick something here. There are a lot more junglers that could be considered in meta, but who knows what he's going to pick. I mean, aside from that, he's only played Rengar and Kha'Zix for Phoenix 1.
Damage top, and what will Jensen take mid? They have the Ahri and Echo would be pretty interesting here if you have everybody flying around and jumping back and forth.
Yeah, wouldn't be too surprised to see him play Cassiopeia.
Ooh.
Just for that reliable teamfight damage.
That's
They already
true.
have a lot of utility, but got a lot of options. That would be spicy.
Been a bit.
Do it.
They have so much knockup. So much knockup.
Jensen, you troll. I would have loved to see you with those picks.
I think everybody would. So the Cassio does get locked in, a nice choice, especially with Fate's Call. People diving in, they have engaged, and now they have a bit of counter. But like you said, that for sure damage in the team fight that can be locked down with Twin Fang.
Yeah, and they don't have that much reliable damage from the rest of their team comps, so it's a pretty strong pick. Currently, as Gragas would be the main initiator one. Oh, really?
New Rek'Sai?
Definitely not. He's going Jungle Gragas.
Zig taking the Jace to the top side. Jungle Thresh. No, I'm just kidding. Jungle support is switching it up. We have a Meteos, Gragas, and a Shady Thresh this time. Thresh, like we said, Shady going to put himself on that playmaking support, but the bot lane also looking to make more plays in those picks by themselves.
Yeah, and if we had problems mixing up players in the last game, watching a Cloud9 Zach against Meteos is just going to feel wrong in so many ways because
Meteos, I mean, contract.
Yeah, for the classic LCS watchers, I mean, Meteos was the MVP of the 2013 Summer Split in large part because he was so good on Zach. And then even coming in last split, he was the only person to play the champion. So really, it's his iconic pick, and now it's picked against him as he subs in for Phoenix 1. So really interested to see how this one plays out. I mean, it's a new Zach, it's a new season, so much has changed, but it's still going to be cool to see.
It's interesting. It's like when you see that one friend that's always driven a certain car for the rest of your life. You always think of your friend when you see that car.
Yeah.
That's Zach from Meteos. He's always driven that champion. No, we're getting in the game. Hashtag C9 win. Hashtag P1 win. And we will see if Cloud9 can repeat, rinse and repeat the success of game 1 or if Phoenix 1 can come through, find the momentum they need. They have put in Meteos now, that does say Inori, but Meteos is going to be in for him coming into this game. Zig coming into the day saying a lot of the top teams haven't been able to adjust. They're kind of set in their own ways here, and they're being caught off guard at the start of the split. Seems like Cloud9 has been able to fix a bit of that. We'll see if P1 has found it here in between games.
Yeah, exactly. Resetting a little bit. Neither of these teams found success in week 1. Phoenix 1 lost both of their series 1-2. C9 lost both of their series, being swept by TSM and going 1-2 against COG. So very difficult competition for C9, and it doesn't necessarily get easier with Phoenix 1, who was the 3rd place team from last split. So very important for both of these teams to come out and have a strong showing, starting 0-3, as both of these teams are going to Rift Rivals and also trying to move towards being that World's Caliber team.
Yes.
Really want to get off on the right foot.
Definitely have to think about Rift Rivals a little bit, how they're going to feel going into it. You still want a good score there. Games are still going to be any given day, but it always helps to have that momentum going in and confidence behind the team here. Confidence for C9 in game 2 as we get a little bit of back and forth. P1 not afraid to start things off with a few love taps. Deep wards as we expect them, and Wraiths for the start.
Yeah, and you really wonder how greedy Ryu would get. It's really difficult actually to start Raptors against Talia, because I'd say she has probably the best Raptor stealing ability, just being able to pull up the work ground, send that Q over and over again. It's also great for pulling for Meteos if he times his barrel properly. He's going to have one back up for the spawn of this. But not ideal for the start there. A little bit of rest right there for Meteos. It's a 10-second cooldown on barrel roll. I mean, he wasted about 3 seconds by casting it early. Come on, Meteos.
So we will see that W synergy with a bit of attack speed here for Sneaky and Smoothie as they activate it. An interesting lane. We saw the CLG combo of this the other week. Played very heavily for Engage, and that's what C9's trying to do here with the composition as well. Shady and Arrow happy to let this push back just a little bit. Let it reset.
Yeah, see if Smoothie goes aggressive here. Most cons make this play with W first.
Not even waiting for the level 2. The minions weren't even ready, so they weren't gonna even flick it in there. Smoothie heads out so they can't get the rend on minions and himself. They keep it safe. I like the aggression already. Junglers are gonna be on opposite sides of the map, and they have that ward on Contracts once he gets to his blue.
Yeah, got some good scouting in level 1. We'll see if Meteos makes use of that. I mean, Smoothie and Sneaky playing fairly aggressive, and we got a lot of playmaking on both sides of this bottom lane, so it could very much be the main battlefield of the early game, much like it was in game 1. It's just the question is, Phoenix 1 going to bring their jungler too? Because in game 1, it was pretty much just C9 bringing the troops down bot.
Any pressure. You already see the hover from Ryu. Zach is top. He'll play that bottom side of mid. You see a lot of Tilias just kind of take over one side once they start to work too much ground. But he'll always be towards Meteos, making sure he's safe. Meteos has Wolves, and then we'll see what his options are as Arrow and Shady start to push back just a little bit. Shady, I was going to say,
good hook.
Could have a game where his hooks mean a lot. He's going to have a dashing Smoothie, a jumping Sneaky, and almost get the kills off this first hook. Sneaky's got to back off. Good focus on P1 to make sure they push out both members.
Yeah, I talk about level 2 power spikes, but level 3 power spikes exist too. There's still a lot of stats and an extra skill point to come through that early into the game.
Yep.
So P1 smart to deny that minion wave, but
oh, ghosted.
Yeah.
Just for safety.
Zach really potent now with that rework. If he lands the first Q of Stretching Strike on you, it's a bunch of just kill pressure right off the bat that would allow Jensen to throw Miasma down, block the flash. So Ryu popping Ghost that early, pretty important. Shady Roam. Woo.
Shady Roam. Yeah. Arrow as well to get some deep wards in. Ryu's going to take that shield and not go back to the fight, even though Jensen's low on mana. They both are.
Yeah, that Roam, about as ineffective as they get. They missed both their skill shots. They threw the Seismic Shove and the Death Sentence in the same spot. So the one juke for Jensen was all he needed. One of the best skill shot jukers I feel like we have in the NALCS.
Ooh.
Goes very aggressive right afterwards as well.
They know he's in there too. They have a big wave down bot that's going to be crashing into Arrow. Arrow has to either stay for this or they got to figure out where these guys are. Meteor, Shady, and Ryu there. Ryu's out of mana. He's going to start backing. Doesn't look like they can still follow in. Pings go down on the bot lane. They know Shady's been gone, so the mismatch in lane has been able to add a little bit of pressure here for Sneaky.
That was actually really interesting. I mean, the sidestep on the hook was nice by Contracts, but once Meteos gets that body slam over the wall and you burn the flash from Contracts,
yeah.
Knowing you have the numbers advantage, if you flash in there as Shady, he was in range to flash Flay, and knowing Contracts had his flash down, you probably get the kill there. But they were probably afraid of Jensen's lane priority from doing anything and just not wanting to overcommit. But that very well could have been first blood for Pete.
It does take extra. His passive is going to make you stay longer, a little closed from the mid lane will come in.
The bot lane could potentially roam up. There's a lot of unknowns.
Assessing that risk that it may take too long with low damage early game. Quick sight taken out there as Arrow made a roam up. Did place a ward. That's been cleared as well as his ghost. And Smoothie's able to leave Sneaky here. Should get back down as this is P1's piled up wave. Should be an easy clear here for Sneaky. 53 to 37 in that mid lane though. Just the quick pressure from Contracts coming in, a few bounces. The ghost being down has slowed down Ryu's ability to get to those minions being pushed off by Jensen.
Jensen stronger. The laning phase now it becomes all about the shove for Taliyah and trying to get roams off, but that requires a little bit of deep vision, which they're starting to get. I mean, Shady's roams, he hasn't gotten kills, but he has been providing some vision with it.
They are consistent. Each game Shady has, not at the same time, but always gone out of lane, making sure they're trying to get something out of it. Cloud9's doing a great job at knowing when those roams are coming now, seeing Shady do it just about every game. Stave those off. Like we said, the last one Shady did actually came up big for Cloud9, so they stop those for now. They're going to start warding up their own jungle, things they can protect. Let's see if they can catch Cloud9 off guard here. Too much in top lane. 10 CS lead here for Zig onto Ray. We've seen Zig have a bit of a trouble on his Fled lately. Wasn't able to really pull the game out on the Gragas previously, but Jay's definitely more in his wheelhouse. It seems like he's comfortable in the lane with some wards.
Yeah, Zig has had good performances on most of the carry top laners Phoenix One has put him on. Jace is a really interesting one. Always in North America. I mean, he's still banned a lot, but we rarely see him have a large influence on the game. He should be winning, I feel like, a lot of lanes, and potentially this lane over Renekton as well, assuming he can keep good vision control, just because Jace does so much damage. Instead of getting access to double the amount of skills as everyone else early on in the game. Not to mention the early Vamp sector should keep him sustained up.
Feels good when he can just heal in lane off a few auto attacks. If he can then create a lot of Fog of War for himself, start getting a lot of tag damage, if he will, getting those blast Qs on the back line. He may be able to really push Ray out of lane. Contracts, bot side of the jungle. His top actually has quite a few camps, so he may not stay down here too long. Quick transfer over to blue for Ryu here, who's didn't have too bad of a game on Ahri last time. Just really was not able to get going. Cloud9 leaps and bounds ahead last game. Wasn't able to chance for P1 to come back. They're keeping it way more even this time, but that doesn't mean a quick fight can change that real quick.
And so much more roaming from the Phoenix One bot lane this game. They were pretty much full-time against their turret last game. And it does feel like they can get the 2v2 advantage with the Thresh Kalista as they did in level 3, and they've been trying to roam to get advantages off that. They haven't really gotten advantages off of that, quite honestly, but they are getting vision control and keeping the window open for some playmaking.
Got those level 6s waiting on Shady. He is 5 still. Deep from Contracts as he goes.
Oh, he can pull him back.
Shot. Looks like he will yank him right back. That's going to be the Ruthless Predator. Abducts him towards the top side. Zig's going to go down after feeling so comfortable in his pressure. And the pink ward. C9 still able to get first blood on him.
One of the reasons right there why Zach is so banned, because his ganking is even more insane than it used to be. Yes, there was a change in this patch that makes the shadow appear sooner when he's coming in, so you can actually see Zig is able to run away when he comes in, but he did not flash the Q. So stretching strike connects, he gets slammed up against the minion. That allows the rest of C9 to chain it. Contracts pulls him back with the ultimate, and it becomes a pretty easy kill for C9 as well as burning the flash.
Terrifying. Crowd controlled until he could not move. And that puts you on the fountain. At least it's the quickest back in the game, right? He got to buy something. Just somewhat of a plus side.
Fastest access to shop.
So about 1,000 gold lead after that, and he does come back with his cutlass. He'll be able to do a bit more damage, but interesting to start off. Looks like he's going for full damage versus Ray.
Looks like he's going for Blade of the Rune King. I was expecting the Vamp Scepter to turn into a Death Dance later on in the build. A little strange, honestly, from Jace. A lot of people go Black Cleaver early on in the game, Zig.
Yeah.
I guess going for a little bit more lane dominance. And they should actually be able to get this Rift Herald pretty easily.
No pressure from Zach. Contracts his bot. I think he actually showed just on that ward to try to tri-brush. So for 2 games, P1 on that Rift Herald. We'll see if this one can be put down in an advantageous position so they can get it to really open up the game for themselves this time. They're not dealing with a turret down already. They can be the first ones.
Yeah, in an even game like this, almost worst case scenario, the Rift Herald gets a charge on a turret, which puts you in position to take it.
For sure.
Zig should be shoving in Ray often, so would not be surprised to see them use that almost immediately in the top lane if they so choose. There it goes. It's going to be difficult for Ray to stop. He may actually pop his ultimate to try and defend this right off the bat.
Bot lane got double ping. Contracts is going to go down with the team. They want this. If Ray is going to get this much pressure on the top side, Meteos is low, waiting for the body slam to go back in. He could be the first to tank the turret so Zig can get himself out. And it's going to be Zig taking the first few shots. Ray's still alive. The body slam now comes in. They both get away with 500 health combined, and the bot lane gank never happens as P1 backs off.
Yeah, P1, when that dive happens top lane, they know their bot lane has got to go away.
Whoa, Zig.
Took a lot of minion damage. But Rift Herald pushed successful. The net gold, since they did have to trade turrets since Contracts went straight bot lane, is just the first turret bonus. But still a small win nonetheless.
C9 still with first blood gold lead. First turret helps pick up P1 just a little bit. Is an uncontested mountain drink. Now going to go over to Cloud9. Having that bottom side of the map is what they pay. I should say what P1 pays for having the Rift Herald.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they get this mountain so easily, I feel like pushes it back in the favor of C9. Trading turrets and then giving up the mountain drake, probably not worth it. We're gonna watch this dive one more time. Ray actually played this after getting chunked out early quite well. Meteos very smart to knock him back away from the turret. They bop him around, and then it's a waiting game. You can see his fury is full, so no one wants to go in before they get their cooldowns back. That's what Meteos does, gets his cooldown back. They swap aggro back and forth with Zig. Meteos kind of unnecessarily flashed. The turret wasn't on him, but thought it would be and didn't want to take a hit.
Contracts being full of himself as he picks himself back up to heal. Wow, a lot of pings going down on the side of P1's blue side. They want to try to route Arrow as he comes back. They're not even going to let him get out of lane here. Cloud9 starting to really put a stranglehold on P1, getting inside their own jungle. Once this happened last game, they were able to take down P1 in so many multiple skirmishes around the map. Mid pressure still there. Meteos and Ryu trying to set up somewhat of the same thing, but in a much dangerous spot. And uncontested here as Jensen starts to pull in.
Yeah, Meteos has no flash, but they do have a lot of people here. Still playing it safe.
No. Looks like it could have been a lot. Fizzles out. Top lane respect coming in from Sneaky and Smoothie. Bot lane pushing out nicely. Ray down there for quite some time. Rooted onto Zig immediately. Was not expecting the initiation from Smoothie. And that's what you have to be careful of, that Rakan and Xayah combination. Looks like they're just going to deliver more damage to make sure P1 doesn't stay too long.
I mean, yeah, that was essentially a 2v3. By C9, it was just Sneaky and Smoothie. Meteos was close by, but not really there. Here comes play from P1.
Oh, on to Jensen. Contracts is there, but he is not going to be able to save his mid laner. Smoothie just on the edge can get the shield over. It's going to be in time. The second one is what saves Contracts as the Ignite burns down from Shady. He's going to go ahead and heal himself up, but a quick hit in the first one onto Jensen.
Yeah, you can kind of see both the duo lanes showing their playmaking potential. One team after another. The bigger win right here, though, for P1 is the fact that they can immediately pressure this turret, whereas C9 has had to slowly walk the wave up. There it is.
Solo gold over to Meteos, actually, as Ryu already had top lane in mind.
Yeah, either the blue buff or top lane in mind. They were hoping to close in on C9 if they kept pushing, but I'll take the blue instead.
Pushing those advantages. Do not blame P1. Cloud9 can bite back quick, and this is the thing you look for, is a lot of people always look for that big Rakan initiation. It's really super effective if you can pin one person out of the fight.
Yeah, I got a feel for Zig right there. Meteos was there probably saying like, yo, bait it, bait it. And he just whiffs his body slam and takes the lantern out while Zig dies.
My bad.
Full-on traitor right there onto Zig, but Meteos maintaining his KDA. Didn't play that the best. Can't fully blame him for running away after missing the body slam.
He was KDA King, right?
Yes, he was.
King of the jungle, KDA King. There are a few things in that line of accolades for him in the beginning of his career. Keeps it up now. Everlasting. 2-2. His gold is basically even. A much different game. So we didn't get the swap in aggression that sometimes happens in games where P1 kind of just did an all-out war against C9. See if P1 can start to get a lead, though. Towards the top side, they have been able to dictate a little bit more of the turret game this time.
Yeah, and thinking about the rest of the game as well, one thing that doesn't bode well for P1 is how far behind the curve Arrow tends to be. Nothing to slam Rio into with that stretching strike, but they're going for a kill.
Ooh. That was an awesome combination of skills. Both teams played that perfectly. Meteos, short jump by Contract, slams him into the wall. Can he make it over? The blast cone's already gone, and he can't really get anything to help the team out. Goes down valiantly, saves the flash, says leave me be. And even Ryu's gonna head back towards mid and try to create pressure there. Zig and Ray looking to fight each other in the bot lane. Teleport's gonna be up soon for a possible another play.
Yeah, Jensen threw down a great miasma right there, which prevented Meteos from body slamming or flashing towards the lantern. Really allowed C9 to put down a lot of extra damage. Here comes Dalia, though.
Surfing her way down. Ray puts a stun on what he thinks will be the most damage. Another shot on his Zig, almost gets the kill as Ryu takes the next heated turret shot. They're gonna be able to grab that bot. Jensen still has top to himself, and mid's being pushed by 3 members of C9.
Trying to make a play on a Smoothie, just can't do that.
Dives right out as Rakan. They get themselves to safety. 1 turret, 2 turrets, and they don't end up grabbing the bot. The roam from Ryu is already there. They want the full fight to grab more in the long haul. Contract bounces away, but he doesn't have anybody to take with him. They throw Sneaky right into Ryu. They may be able to capitalize on the kill, and they do. But are the waves in position for this to work? P1 just lost 2 turrets across the map.
Yeah, I mean, you can see how both teams brought so much playmaking to this game. It can be initiation after initiation if you step a little bit out of bounds. And the Jace teleport doesn't actually seem that threatening when he randomly teleported into the river, but Phoenix 1 was so capable of keeping C9 there for the Jace to arrive in. And Infernal Drake's got really good timing.
Infernal Drake and the bot turret as Ryu heads back for that. So very quick action in consideration of what they can get done before the next thing happens. That's going to be, yes, being able to fight mid, Dragon, and the turret. Coming up on 19 minutes. Gold's still very even, and we'll see this engage again that got C9 in trouble.
And you can see Smoothie already using his escape tool right there, and Callista Thresh chased very, very well. Flash play, throws a lantern, doesn't need it. Arrow's already right there, but he takes the shield.
Zig with the roam.
Yeah, not the cleanest plays right there as the hop over the wall fails by Contracts as well. But Sneaky being down summoner spells is easy pickings for the rest of P1.
Shady getting that flash play in. We wondered if the playmaking could also come in with being the one keeping an eye on Arrow just for shields. And the flash flay is there. Confident to keep the plays coming. We could expect more from him, but this is where P1 got into trouble last time. They want the basic vision. This time, they have just enough of it to see that C9 was setting up the bushwhack. They stay alive here. That cost them so much last game. They lost Arrow twice to kind of trying to get just basic wards down. Now they're moving power and numbers with a bit more synergy.
Yeah, and they have a Mountain Drake and a Cassiopeia, which means they can take Baron very quickly. And that pushes one.
I say that, and then he walks into the brush knowing the entire team is there. There it is. Fate's call is out. They're going to throw him over to the right. This is now going to leave Arrow by himself. They throw a ward on the Lantern. You can't click it if you do that.
Oh, my goodness. And again, you thought maybe they could escape.
Oh, no.
Jensen been on point with the miasmas as well.
I love that two of them did it. That's so troll.
Yeah, you can't actually ward exactly on top of Lantern, but you can kind of block the pathing towards
right.
with wards and make it much more difficult to click.
Woo. It is a troll. Thank you for explaining.
You used to be able to.
Right, yeah, you used to be able to just completely deny it. We'll see again here, this initiation. And Shady, after being so careful, yeah, they have Meteos again. Maybe Meteos said, I got you, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, I'm just
The barrel is not a person. It does not mean you have a friend in the brush. But Arrow throws him over the wall. Lantern goes down. I need to double check on the miasma interaction, whether or not that precludes you from being able to click the Lantern, because Jensen has been throwing miasma down right on top of it. It does block kind of all dashing abilities.
Very good point as well.
It's probably preventing these guys from clicking on the Lantern. We'll get confirmation on that in a bit. Can't hop in a practice tool right this moment.
Well, you could.
I can't have two champions in it, so it would be useless.
Ill advised.
You have to do a custom game with 3 people. So hard to test.
Sneaky mid. It doesn't have too much cover on his right side. It looks like Contracts is actually going to be just on his coattails. Arrow a little bit safer in that sense, being alone. And they're 157 to 204 in CS. So Sneaky farming quite hard. That is kind of taken back by Ziggs. 205 to 184. Is Sneaky now being found out? Like we said, he's going to need that help from Contracts just behind him. Contracts doesn't want to be too close either. As Zig able to work a shock blast over the wall here. Smoothie's just on the left with Jensen looking for the engage.
Yeah, and Ray's trying to pull this split push game off. One thing that's interesting about this game is Jensen hasn't really been there for any type of team fight shenanigans, and Ryu has been pulling him kind of over to the side lanes more often than not. And I think that is working in P1's favor because they have playmaking in so many different roles, and they're seemingly taking more shots than C9 are to kind of make these plays happen.
Assist ping. We either just want vision, like one more. Like, we just want one more. We can get it in. Push back on Arrow. You can see how much kind of leniency they have with that Zac initiation too. With the bit of vision they have, he says, yeah, I can throw myself right in front of Arrow, figured out where more of the members are, and they kind of did just pull out Thresh there, figured out where Shady was. Oh, Smoothie! A little too close for comfort for himself. Goes down to about 30% HP.
Yeah, confirm the miasma does stop you from clicking on the Lantern, so Jensen been completely on point with that. Wards help out just for style points as well, just to add confusion to the mix.
Big counter there. Wow.
Yeah, it's actually pretty huge.
Very
I found the miasma actually counters way more things than you'd want it to.
What are you saying, Chad?
I was playing a Moon the other day, and if you throw miasma down on the Moon, I don't think it can Q you either. Because if it hit, it would count as a move block. Some ridiculous things that spell does.
Just make the sad mummy more sad. Not the airborne they wanted onto Jensen. Contracts able to get on. Whoa, he slams them together. Meteos and Shady bopping heads as Contracts tries to get himself out. Jensen in no man's land. Can he get the blast zone? The last arrow over the wall dips down, takes him out, and that's going to be Jensen down. We'll see who else hits this one. Meteos still very low. As the ground was worked, Ryu able to get a few more kills. They do finally get Contracts after he goes passive mode, and P1 getting an advantage here, 24 minutes in.
They might turn right to Baron, and the way these fights are playing out, being so spread out, is so much better for P1 than it is for C9. C9 have all these AoE abilities, like the Zac ultimate, but you saw it completely whiffed right there. The Callista and Thresh can kind of toss each other around and spread out the fight, and it's an easy Baron for them after that teamfight win.
Definitely a change in momentum here for P1 as they come in. The lanes did a lot better. We'll see this fight one more time.
And Meteo's kind of leading the way. Jensen not really able to get that involved in this fight. Contracts just takes a bunch of damage before he gets there, and Zig with the flank around the side, as you said, puts him into no man's land. Contracts with a re-engage over the top when they really had no damage in position to assist. Poorly played fight by C9, and you're seeing here just the Callista, Jace, Thresh, like skirmishing power really paying off for P1.
That collapse just coming. Jensen's like, I'll ward over here. Oh man, we're in a fight. That's how you find yourself in that situation. Initiation all the way onto Zig. Look how many screens away. They're trying to get the one-offs now. That would have been very big. That's a flash onto Jace. So when he goes hammer form, he is stuck into the fight. Ultimate's not really being carried if they're used here. You see a few going back and forth. Sneaky had to use his as well, just recently.
And you can see Ray with such an aggressive Renekton build as well, Blade of the Rune King, Black Cleaver, not having any type of split push pressure really up against Zig. So when they enter team fights, he's not giving him a frontline advantage that you would expect when you're up against a Jace team. That's why a lot of times a Jace falls off as the other team stacks armor and Jace kind of stops doing damage in the late game, but that's not happening here.
He's matching.
Yeah, exactly.
He's got the same items.
They have exactly the same items, aside from a longsword and a Dorn's Blade being different than Dorn Shield. So we'll see if P1 can pressure the turrets here with the Baron buff, or if Contrast can get a really good initiation with Zach. Opportunity.
This is what P1 did not do last game, is do this with power and numbers. Now see the initiation is nothing from Contracts. They're able to get out, but this is how C9 was able to get their lead previously. Those would be a kill on Arrow, then a kill on Shady, then Zig might have teleported in if they were almost winning the fight and a kill on them. But much more coordination, and the disengage is also there when it needs to be. Leading P1 now, a top lane push from Jace, and they have control over the short part of the jungle.
Yeah, and just one of the same difference Meteos makes when he comes into the game as well. They sub out a Nori after getting nearly perfect games, save for the Rift Herald.
Right.
And Meteos, you know, he's made a lot of mistakes this game. He messed up his barrel on Raptors at the start of it to start with, and then they've been winning the close fights. He has been on the forefront of their initiations, and they're controlling the objectives quite well. So props to P1 for bouncing back so far.
Good play after the hit. Ryu did have to flash. Oh, Sneaky a little too close. Throws down the ultimate, and that means that Smoothie goes in, but he's able to dash back himself. Double summoner for Ryu, double summoner for Sneaky. As the fight fizzles out, Shady also used his Ignite, but the minion wave coming in should mean the turret this time.
Yeah, they got everything out from Sneaky, and everyone on C9 trying to manage the other wave, so this doesn't actually cascade into a multiple inhibitor push.
Fast play from Ray may give P1 a little more time than C9 wants. He's starting to now cut over through the jungle. He may be able to slice this off here. He has the back line of Ryu and Zig. And it looks like he is just waiting for the team call. They decide not to, and inhibitor turret is very low. Let this not go down.
Yeah, Baron expiring for P1, mana low on Zig. It's actually the smart call to back away right there. You always want to be able to break the base right with that, but they have so much initiation potential outside of the base and don't really have a good way of diving turrets or fighting in those close corridors either, right? C9 with the Cassiopeia and Zac do want the more compact fights so they can get their AoE spells off. P1 doing a good job not letting C9 have what they want.
Yeah, staying spread, making sure, as we just saw, we were saying disengaging well earlier. They left that mid turret, their inhibitor. You have a Zac, you have a Rakan. It's not going to be the easiest to escape if you stay a few seconds too long. They will be on your heels. P1 has to play with that in mind. Not too many wards, or at least the wards were cleared by C9, so P1 has to be careful re-entering that side of the map. Things have been pushed all the way up to river, so C9 has some room to work with.
Yeah, gotta call out the 2 item purchases by C9 though. Double Warden's Mail, one on Ray, one on Contracts. That'll really protect them from the Jace poke, as well as the fact that Arrow doesn't have a Last Whisper yet, so getting that extra armor in there to block the Jace poke is pretty critical for the siege situations that we're going to be seeing later on in this game. Can you get in?
They're ready to test the initiation too. Contracts knows he can survive a certain amount of time. Sneaky has a way to get in and out of a bad situation, and if there is a re-engage, Jensen is ready for it with the ultimate. Petrifying Gaze almost ready. Contracts in a bad spot, has the ulti, or rather passive, I should say, as they go in. That's going to be Shady going down. Flash was used by him to try to get in a good spot. The rest of the team pulls themselves into mid. Ray going forward with the flash, gets the initiation onto Ryu. That's the damage down, and now Zig can only fire from the backside. They don't even get the Fate's call in, really, for this fight to work in their favor.
Yeah, a couple of ugly initiations right there. Contracts jumps in, burns his flash for pretty much nothing, and then Shady ends up flying in, and Sneaky did have his ultimate back up again, so he can turn that around.
The power of Zach late game, a good or a bad initiation, still lets you see the fight for what it is. C9's able to take one and a little bit of the next with the second tier turret. And this initiation now is really the reason we see Zach being banned a lot. And those ganks from earlier, obviously.
Yeah, clearly C9 not out of this game yet.
True.
It's 3,000 gold. They just won that fight 2-0 on even ground. Trying to buddy up Recall. Meteos pops his ultimate just to prevent it. Still give him some time for vision control, but beyond that, not really going to do much. Whee! The duo Recall. Let's watch this one more time.
It's like, who else can clear this distance? No one. So you know Contracts has to be able to live for X amount of time.
Yeah, exactly. It was interesting, though, with the flash, while not just ulting right off the bat to try and knock them back. And then you can see the follow-up right here. They get Contracts so low, Shady thinks he can go in, but Smoothie doing a pretty good job to occupy the space where P1 would want to come through. And then Sneaky just popping his ultimate on Zaya to keep himself safe. Ray with a clean re-engage, getting the stun on the flashless Talia. Ends up just being better team fighting for C9 in the end.
Ooh. Little does he know what he just survived.
He knew they didn't have great vision in the area, so...
They make sure they get some over in that river now cleared out. Seeing at least 4 members clear that. A lot of the focus for P1's on the top side, and this means now Cloud9 actually in the driver's seat after just being pushed back to their inhibitor turrets are making sure P1 is running ragged around the map. So if they can't find those grouped up fights they were looking for, they'll go for the turrets once again. Oh, quite a bit of damage from Zig.
He wants to fight this. Maybe ult up.
Got a good wave. Blade of the Rune King already.
Oh no, he shot past the minion! Ray with the 1v1 on Zig because Zig could not get his shock blast past the cannon minion, and Ray doesn't get it hit on him. Kites it out just right, and C9 get the Baron. Oh, what a disaster for Phoenix 1.
A way to very quickly have a game turn on its head here. Again, the gold is even, the kills are even, but that does not tell the story of what just happened with Zig going down, Baron being hit, as well as P1 not being able to kind of coordinate on that bot turret yet. Not going to take too much damage, but overall map control is C9's, and we'll see this again.
Yeah, Ray's level 16, so he gets a lot of extra health from his ultimate right here.
Throws down the Dominant.
Big minion wave right there, but he can heal off that with his Q. Slices, kites it to get into his minion waves, dices back in, gets the stun, and watch this. Doesn't take damage from the shock blast. When that happens, that's the tide turner in the fight. Zig had the Duskblade, so he thought he would have the edge in that fight. But the Warden's Mail and the armor stacking kick in for Ray. What a clutch 1v1, and that is what emboldened C9 to just go for the Baron. P1 not in position to stop it, and suddenly, after it felt like Phoenix 1 had the edge, now you have a crit scaling marksman with Zaya having the Infinity Edge completed. You have the Baron on C9 who has better team fighting, and P1 now losing the split push war as Renekton itemizes more armor. So they kind of have to fight them head on, and that's what C9 wants. So now C9 in the driver's seat.
I was going to say, that's exactly what he bought us, a chainmail to get his gargoyle stone plate, sold that shield. So it's going to be even harder for Zig to make that happen. These guys need to get a little bit more pen in their builds. Some of that is in Arrow's hands, just not finished yet. Ray taking quite a bit of damage. They've put a lot of resources on him so far and will continue to, knowing if he is out of the fight, he cannot be the tank on the front line. Whoa, Meteos gets abducted towards the back. He tries to body slam back in, and they get a huge hit coming in from Sneaky. onto the team of P1. Ziggs now running for his life as the team gets locked up by Jensen and the rest of the team.
What a combo right there. Smoothie and Sneaky set it up. They get the quickness stun from Smoothie. Sneaky pops up there with the Featherstorm, and he hits everyone. That's probably game unless Sid can pull off a miracle.
What a turnaround to be neck and neck up to 30 minutes in the game. The last 5 minutes have been in the name of Cloud9, and now they're going to be looking for the Nexus turrets here, 11-7. There's 4 members down. Zig doing what he can is to peel them away from the Nexus turrets, but they have no care in the world for what he's doing as Jensen takes him down. And Cloud9 coming out with a dominating Game 1 and a dominating Game 2 ending. Take down P1 2-0.
For 33 minutes, I'd want to say, P1 was closer in control of that game. But just down the stretch, the 1v1 from Ray into the massive team fight by C9 at the end, and Phoenix 1 is a little bit stunned because they were thinking, they were taking this to the side, or they thought it was going 3. C9 had other ideas.
Ray with the fist bump into the air as C9 rises from their chairs to shake hands with P1 as they were victorious. Meteos coming in for the sub. Looked a little more rounded for the team as they were to absorb a bit of the aggression here from C9, but Cloud9 finding an advantage, work on it immediately, and here was a snap advantage. 5 minutes later, they have the game.
Yeah, Sneaky getting his Infinity Edge was a huge power spike. We knew Jensen was going to be monster the whole time because he was farming on Cassiope with that late game activation being very strong. And we know the Zach and the Rakan can have huge playmaking in team fights, but until 34.5 minutes, they were never able to find that fight. I mean, C9 even looked a little bit stunned getting up from their chairs, thinking, it's over? We're losing most of that game, guys. So they're not going to be super happy about this win, but being able to prevent the 0-3 start is extremely important as these guys go towards Worlds. And that's where Phoenix 1 finds himself, C9, 2-0.
This becomes that build-on win, right? Usually you say you can only do that. We were saying earlier when you lose. This is one of those games where we said, wow, we crushed Game 1. And then Game 2, there's definitely things we can look at where we could have pushed the advantage more to make it more like Game 1. And Cloud9, once they get back to that form, you see them back up at that number 2 spot.
Exactly. And as you grow as a team, being able to win in both ways is pretty good. You want to be able to smash, but also you want to be able to win the games you don't win early. And the latter is actually what they were best at, I would say, in the spring split. They won most of their games after being even or behind in the early game. They were about the 6th or 7th ranked team as far as gold at 15 in the spring split, yet still the second best team record-wise in the regular season. Looked like they had another one of those types of games right here with Ray, which is something they weren't able to do.
Very true.
You and I were talking before this game. Ray's career on Cloud9 game score coming into this series was 9-10. So just now,
on a winning team.
Just now he's over the 500 mark on C9 because Impact had been the big carry for him, and Ray's getting a lot more time with Impact's late arrival from Korea and finally making it pay off a little bit with that clutch solo kill.
It's working as well. He's able to put the damage in the top lane. They switched it around last time to make sure that Jarvan would swap and look like it was going somewhere else, as well as seeing the contracts played well, but that Zach in the game. We see why he's been banned out so much and how formidable he was in this game for Cloud9. So for more on Cloud9's first win of the split, let's check in with Captain Flowers and Cloud9's Weaver of Feathers in the bot lane.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I'm here with Sneaky after that victorious 2-0 win that they just had over Phoenix 1. And the first thing I want to do, I want to address the fans' concerns after Cloud9's Week 1 performance. It wasn't what a lot of people expected out of it, but now you've come into Week 2. The team's looking strong, especially game number 1. It was a landslide victory. Tell us about the preparation and just what you guys did to make sure that you came in and were able to get this win today.
Well, this week we had Impact practicing with us again, so we kind of have a lot more synergy with him, so we could kind of like see exactly what was going wrong. Like he's a lot more communicative. So even when we were playing with Ray again, like just splitting scrims, Ray was more talkative as well. So like we kind of just built the synergy back that we've had for a while. But yeah, I don't know, that last week was pretty unfortunate. We just, like I said, we're off sync, didn't really play as a team as much, and just lost the games.
So bringing Impact back into things, sort of having that rock in the top lane to fall back on. That communication that you talked about really just made the difference for this team and allowed you guys to come back in and sort of have that synergy again that turned the losses from week number 1 into wins now here into week number 2, right?
Yeah, I mean, there weren't any glaring problems that popped up in scrims like before the split started. So when we lost the first week, we were like, huh, that was pretty weird because the scrims were going pretty well. It wasn't super obvious that we were going to like lose or anything. So coming back with Impact, I think, even though he didn't play today, it's just through the practice, we kind of recognized what was going wrong.
He's part of the heart of the team. You got to have him there just for nothing else but moral support, right? He's part of the team. You got to have him there with the rest of the guys. But one thing I want to ask you about now, you played against it in game number 1 today. You played as it in game number 2. What are your personal thoughts on Xayah as an AD carry and what she accomplishes in a team?
I've said this a few times. I think it's really hard to make plays as Xayah specifically. Like, Rakan kind of complements her really well. I mean, that's kind of why they're the lovers duo. But yeah, like he can engage super easily, like insane range. I think there was like the breakdown of Aphromu engaging on us from like 3 screens away or something. So she's pretty hard to make plays on her by herself, but has a ton of damage to back up any of Rakan's plays and just really safe. Like, you know, you deny people's engages with her ulti and that just completely turns fights. You can follow up on the big 4-man knockup from Rakan. So I think she's pretty good, but, you know, not just super OP, you know, not pick in every team comp kind of character. I think she's pretty good, though.
All right. Sounds like a pretty solid assessment of the character. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It just comes down to when and where, right? So one last question I want to ask you guys. Obviously, you play 2 matches every week. You've got one more coming up against Echo Fox on Sunday. How's the team feeling about that one?
Yeah, we're not sure if we'll play the Cutie Pie version or the the real Echo Fox roster. I don't know how to feel about that. I don't know if they're actually just straight up scrimming them, like the Delta Fox and Echo Fox. I don't know if they're actually just scrimming those 2 versions of the teams all the time, but that's what they said initially. Like, they canceled scrims with all the other teams and like, yeah, we're going to scrim our sister team. And they're like, oh, here's our sister team. So I don't know. Maybe they're just insanely strong. Like, maybe Cutie Pie is giving them powers that are just unseen for a while.
We'll have to see if Cloud9, Sneaky, and those boys can take down the Cutie Pie enchanted Echo Fox on Sunday. But keep it right here. We're going to toss things to the analyst desk now. Over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Captain Flowers, and to Jat and Riv, great cast on the day. That was amazing from you two. Let's talk about this. Actually, first things first, Sneaky, I don't know if you weren't aware of this. Echo Fox has 5 subs that they scrim with.
Yeah, probably worth clarifying.
The Delta Fox thing's entirely different. They're not scrimming him in Cutie Pie. That's for someone else. So I just want to make sure that you are aware for that and for the audience as well. Let's talk about this game, though. Cloud9 2-0-ing, and this was not a perfect game. It was a very close one back and forth, and I think both teams had rights to it.
Yeah, I think this was a better look a little bit for P1. There were a lot of things that match better for a lot of their player styles, and then C9 had a pretty hard-fought game where they had to come back from about 5,000 gold down and actually win a team fight against a team with a gold lead and an Infernal Dragon, so really good resiliency on their side.
Yeah, let's talk about champ select, though, because this was actually pretty interesting. Of course, Meteos comes in, which means that you can play the tanks, and we were a little quizzical on banning Elise giving away a Zac first pick to Cloud9, but it worked for him.
Right, so with the last ban being open, you're leaving Zac and Elise, and you think if they ban one, maybe we ban the other, but neither gets banned, so they ban the Elise, leave the Zac through, and then you get the Thresh, which is a bit of an out-of-lane counter pick with the ability to flay out his engages. So as long as you're positioned correctly, that's a huge power pick to deal with that Zac. And then you also are grabbing the Gragas, which they took early rotation last time, but because you now have Meteos in the game, he is someone who's happy to play Gragas. This allows you to flex it easier, and then we'll see later in the draft that's where that comes into play because the rest of the team comp really does fall in around the fact that you will not be having a tank in the top side of the map. So a little bit of a risky trade with the junglers, worked out fine for the most part in the early game, and it helped them secure a bot lane because Shady actually played pretty well over the course of this game.
He did play pretty well overall. Bot lane for P1 still lost this time, though, not 3 free deaths in the lane.
That helps a lot, too, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you mentioned, the Gragas pick, as we finally see the lineup come together, they get to save it as a counter pick final to say, okay, we understand what you're playing over there with Renekton. Let's play Jace and move that Gragas down.
And the Talia pick makes a lot more sense with the fact that you now have 2 side lanes with playmaking. You can go up to that Jace, who's going to be trying to snowball his lane, or you can go down to the Kalista Thresh lane, who has a ton of ability to kind of start a fight off. So the Talia pick really does round out the rest of the comp that is all based off the fact that you can actually flex that Gragas to a player who is not only good on the champion, which I'm sure Honori practices, but Meteos is like actual playstyle that he wants to be in.
And so, yeah, Phoenix One had a pretty good first 20 minutes or so. They nearly talked down a mid lane inhibitor turret, and we could talk about what kind of set them up for that. Our first replay of this one is Phoenix One getting a 3-for-0 team fight in the mid game to give themselves actually an advantage in this.
And it all starts with the fact that Zig, you see, this is what we're talking about with the Talia pick going to be able to help out. Zig wins a pretty good trade on his own, getting Ray down low, and then the Talia pick comes flying in over the top, starts helping to snowball this side of the map and keep sure that, you know, Zig has pressure. And he did up until they kind of lost control of the game a little bit. And off that play that's going down the bot lane, C9 says, okay, we got to make a counter play in the mid lane, but now you have this Thresh and Kalista with a lot of playmaking. It's not that safe to try and finish this turret off because they're going to have a lot of CC to stop you from backing away. And then even if you do get the turret, if you took too much damage, you can't fight. And you see this extended chase down sequence that comes in off the fact that there is this CC available. Kalista can keep hopping forward, keep providing CC, and then Jace rejoins with that teleport, able to help get these last couple cleanup kills, also with Meteos coming in.
Yeah, they barely get the explosive casket. Kind of misses, but it's enough to get onto the champion. And this turned into quite a lot for Phoenix One. They took a lot of the base. They eventually got a Baron a little bit later when that one spawned. And like you were saying, they got that middle inhibitor turret down to 200 health. And we were saying, like, ooh, you know, wouldn't it be nice to knock that inhibitor down? It can be so hard to get back to the mid lane. You're against Cloud9 of all teams. They got a Cassiopeia. We know Jensen can go off. I don't know if 4,000 gold is enough.
Yeah, we were both like, ooh, really want that inhibitor turret because C9 beast in late game team fighting. That's exactly what happened with a bit of a flubbed engage on the side of P1. Contract starts it out, of course, and he's going to get onto Arrow a little bit, but P1 survives through the early phase of this team fight. Contracts tries to go for a flash Q to pull two people together before taking his ult out, I believe is what he was trying to do, but kind of got CC'd up there. And from here, you're saying, okay, P1's in a good spot. Shady does not go flying back in. He lands a hook onto Xayah and gets totally baited by the ultimate. He goes up, tries to get the chain CC, and instead you see Sneaky jump up in the air, dodge out on that kind of combo, and then after that, that's where they overstep their bounds on the side of P1. They get chased down for the rest of this fight, and this is kind of when the game starts turning back.
Yeah, it is really hard to all in a Xayah. Again, as you mentioned, the ultimate's available. Also, Jensen the entire time untouched. He's sitting in the brush like, oh, I see a Thresh coming in. Poison, Fang. Okay, he's dead. Great. Who's next up in the chopping block? And kind of goes through everybody. And yeah, the backline threat for Cloud9 always there.
Yeah, and that's the case when we're talking about Jensen's Cassiopeia. If other people are always the focus of the fight, and he's able to, as long as he has, you know, a target in range to DPS down, that is Cassiopeia's ideal team fight. So you saw the Zac was the initial kind of focus, and then they think they have the Xayah, and this whole time Jensen unfocused throughout the fight. So we have one final clip to show you guys. It's the game-winning team fight from Cloud9. The gold still very close at this point, but they just smash it. And I love this with the return of the playmaking supports and the comps that come with it. You see a lot more of a wombo combo kind of focused team comp here. So Ray's getting chased down. They all get grouped up through this corridor, and then out of nowhere, you know, he only grabs one in, but it gives Smoothie the space to get that massive knock up. And then you see the Xayah throwing in her ultimate over the top,
yep.
the Cassiopeia ult as well. And kind of these kind of team fights hadn't existed for a long time. When you see all the Lulus and the Karmas and the other
when you're playing Ashe, who stuns one person.
Ivern comes in as well. It was a lot less pick focus with C9's team comp and a lot more blow their whole team up. And I am ecstatic that this is back.
Yeah, and it's fun because it's the big team fight comps with fighting top laners, right? These are comps where they're trying to 5v5 and blow you up with a Renekton on one side and a Dash on the other. So it's dynamic everywhere. They're fun team comps to watch. I'm very excited for how this split's going to play out because a lot of really fun champions to watch with Kallistas and Threshes running around as well. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, that's definitely the case. It gives a lot more players the chance to shine there.
Yeah.
Even Shady, you know, who is someone who we were criticizing a little bit in the previous game. He had a lot of really nice plays on the Zac engages, and seeing all this interaction between the champions is just fun to see.
Absolutely the case. So speaking of players who are fun to see, Sneaky getting player of the game honors for this one here for Cloud9 in the bot lane. The Xayah, I thought, was played very well. A lot of damage, about a third for the team, which is pretty good when you've got a lot of damage dealers in your team already with a Renekton running around and a Cassiopeia as well. So props to him. Only one death, also pretty solid, and you know, just starting to rack up the honors.
Yeah, there's a point in the game where he was the only one really doing well. We had seen some of the attention on the top side. Jensen had gotten roamed on a little bit in the mid lane, so yeah. Both those guys were struggling, and Sneaky, kind of the story over the course of C9's whole history as the rock for the team.
Yeah, longest standing member, has been there since it was ever Cloud9 in the first place, and since they qualified, he's been there forever. So cool to see him doing well. Now, guys, we have more league action coming your way. Immortals will hit the Rift against Team Envy, so don't touch that browser. More LCS coming up soon.
All right, guys, I'm gonna give you a pep talk. Last game was unlucky, but you guys have to carry me this game, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Deep from Contracts as he goes.
Oh, he can pull him back.
Looks like he will yank him right back. That's going to be the Ruthless Predator. Abducts him towards the top side. Zig's going to go down.
Stuck no flash. I'm TPing.
Xayah, go to Xayah.
I'm coming. I'm ghosting. Let's kill everyone. I'm going to play.
Jensen in no man's land. Can he get the blast zone? The last arrow over the wall, dips down, takes him out, and that's going to be Jensen down. We'll see who else hits this one. Meteo's still very low.
We're doing it, boys. We're doing it. We're having fun.
Line. Whoa, Meteos gets abducted towards the back. He tries to buy back in, and they get a huge hit coming in from Sneaky.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Clayton Captain Flowers Reigns, taking over the caster desk. With me is this piece of eye candy, Sam Kobe Hartman Kinsler. How you doing, buddy?
Is that all I am to you now, huh?
Hey, you're more to me than that. You got a special place right here.
I'm so misunderstood.
Right here. All right, we're jumping into our second match of the day. Immortals versus Team Envy. For a team that was at relegation station last split, Envy started out the summer split with noticeable improvements.
Yeah, I mean, Lyra is always the guy that you're going to look to with this team. He's superstar jungler for them. And he still is netting the Team Envy, early game leads. But last split, almost kind of like clockwork, they would lose their early game advantages around that 20 to 25 minute mark, not not that great with the mid-game shot calling. Not quite the case last week. I mean, they did take down Phoenix 1, and they took a game off of Dignitas. And a lot of that did also come from Pyrian in the mid lane. You know, this is their switch that they made. Ninja's out, and Pyrian's been doing a good job of pushing up, and especially with Talia, he's had, you know, more mobility.
But we'll have to see if Envy can sustain those leads against Immortals, who they look like a new team altogether. This team is way better.
Oh, yeah. Talk about successful off seasons here. The big trade there with Dardoch and Smithy. Even the players have been talking about it, right? Smithy said, you know, last split, everyone kind of did their own thing, whereas now they're so much more coordinated. And Pobelter was talking about how much he loves Smithy's, you know, knack for the game and his shot calling. So not only having Smithy in there as far as pulling off early ganks, but also the way the team atmosphere is now, and the proactive plays that they're going for are just completely different look from last season.
Well, we're close to getting started, so let's go ahead and check out those starting lineups. On the blue side, it's Immortals, Flame in the top lane, Smithy jungling, Pobelter at mid, Cody Sun bottom, Olay supporting, and Coach Song.
And on the red side, it's Team Envy. Up top is Seraph. In the jungle, Lyra. Mid Pyrian, bottom Apollo, support Hakuo, and Coach Violet.
Now, Kobe, going into week 2, obviously you have very little to go off of in terms of what to expect from the game so far. We got one whole week, right? You got 2 matches played by each team, so we can't exactly make all these wild sweeping expectations and predictions saying, oh yeah, Immortals, they're going to be number 1, and Envy, they're going to be number 2 because they both had better weeks at the start. But at the same time, these teams look a lot better than in spring. So you've got to have that sort of hopeful expectation for them that they will continue to do better as the second split goes on.
Yeah, and I think specifically, one of the things, like, everybody's been talking about Immortals and their success in the light that, oh yeah, the trade was great. You know, Immortals, they just needed this supportive vision-style jungler, and Smithy really fills that role. I feel like he's being undervalued as far as the aggressive early ganks that he's pulling off. And people are kind of falling too much into that story of, oh yeah, Dardoch was the aggressive one, and Smithy's the passive one, and they traded him, and that, you know, the style works out better. Smithy is actually, you know, he's been playing Lee Sin, he's been playing Elise, he's been ganking, getting his lanes going. Pobelter's been really successful working off of that. So I think that the early aggression is kind of something that people have been undervaluing a bit for that team. We'll see if that does come through. Obviously, Elise has been second most banned jungler of all. Zach pretty much permit banned, and not going to change here.
Yeah, not going to see any deviations from that standard path so far. Talia, Zyra, and Shen also all removed, so some of that global presence from Talia and Shen taken out, as well as the powerful lane potential from the Zyra.
Yeah, I'm a little sad for Envy to see that, you know, Talia banned, because as I was talking about, I thought that was a good one for Pyrian, but obviously Immortals have done their homework, and they're going to ban that away. First pick Galio has been extremely common. Could, you know, go in the mid lane as well. I really like that it's so flexible. Could go mid lane, technically could go support as well, as we've already seen that. So a little bit of flexibility still there in the opening round.
Immortals made their first pick very quickly. Envy's going to respond with an equally fast first couple of picks, grabbing the Karma and the Varus for themselves.
We might see a Caitlyn come out from Immortals side then, as Karma and Varus is still an extremely annoying lane to deal with. As far as the trends that we've been seeing, where people are, you know, trying to use more playmaking supports and that nature, but it looks like they're actually still going to go with it. Xayah, the first half has been locked in here for Immortals. Not going to go with the safer Caitlyn for the long range, but there is that Lee Sin for Smithy, which has been, you know, pretty crucial for the early playmaking. Also, it's always a good takeaway from Lyra, as we've seen, you know, Lyra's highlight plays on that champion.
Lyra, an absolute monster on Lee Sin more often than not, but this game he's going to be playing the Nidalee. That's the final pickup for Team Envy in the first phase of this draft. Now we're into the second part of the bans, and the first thing Envy is going to do is mess up the lore for Immortals, ban Rakan away. He can't go bottom lane with Xayah, disable some of that playmaking ability.
Yeah, that was one of the first things that people were hypothesizing when, you know, the talk of a duo champion release even came up, was like, oh, you know, with the 2 sets of ban phases, you know, we've got 10 bans in the game now. Probably people will ban away the other half of that duo if they see the first. But it's not necessary. Obviously, Thresh and Bard, and then, like, there's a lot of playmaking supports that can go with it. Still on the table.
Bard is banned, though. We did have Bard banned first ban phase. So not him specifically, but I've actually...
Different table. Bart is on the ban table.
Different table. There's more than one table in the room, Kobe. Sometimes you got to have a few of them. But I was actually talking to Zyrene earlier, and he was telling me how Blitzcrank picks and bans are starting to be a thing. So maybe,
yeah,
outside of FlyQuest.
We have seen a couple of Blitzcranks in other regions, but not showing up quite yet here. Olay is definitely one of the more offensive, playmaking-oriented supports that we have in the league. He's already got 2 of those Bard games to his name, but could very well just be him going back to that protection. Lulu has made it through, even though Karma was taken away, so that's definitely an option if they want to go a little bit safer. But anytime you see Zaya, you like to see a little bit more playmaking. Meanwhile, though, I kind of want to go back to Lyra's pick of Nidalee because it's such a rare pick.
Right.
And you see it a little bit like Cuz from Longju in Korea. Pretty famous for it, especially for solo queue and stuff like that. But Pyrian's really the only guy in North America who's pulled out, and it's been like this hybrid, Trinity Force melee style. Nidalee, Captain Flowers, by the way, right now has the biggest grin on his face due to the Blitzcrank.
Holy crap, I called it!
And so happy. You're a genius!
We did it, Kobe!
Playmaking definitely going to come through here for the bottom lane. We'll see how well they can do as far as lane phase does go, though, because it does require kill pressure. So maybe Smithy's pick of the Lee Sin will want to threaten at least the bottom triangle of the map rather than go up there and help Galio. Galio's a pretty good farming tank. You could leave him by himself.
Yeah.
And it looks like right now the early game plan of Immortals will be Smithy working around mid lane and bottom lane, kind of the bottom triangle. Whereas Team Envy have locked in that Jarvan for Sarah from the top side to see if he can get some of those kills. People do like the armor penetration and kill pressure that he can have on Galio.
I was talking to some people in the office the other day about the Jarvan pick and why that's popular, and one subject that came up is against squishier targets, you can do so much damage that you burst them and just really scare them out of lane. Against tankier targets, you have armor shred, you can deal with them adequately, so he can just respond to pretty much anything that's thrown at him. Makes him pretty versatile.
Oh yeah, what's he got for the range matchups? They're gonna...
You have a big stick with a point on one end of it and you poke him with it.
Good answer! We'll see if he's gonna be able to poke Flame, as it's probably gonna be the Grasp of the Undying Jarvan, and some people initially, when the W shield was buffed, were maxing that first, which seemed like a bit of a knee-jerk reaction. I still think that maxing Q is better, and you can weave in some points in W early on, but we shall see here as far as how aggressive Seraph wants to go.
And Jarvan does have some insane AD ratios on his abilities. Both the Dragon Strike and the Cataclysm just have this ridiculous scaling, so you've always got to be looking at that combo potential. Now, Olay also on this Blitzcrank, he has a lot of good opportunities this game to pull some value targets. I mean, you don't have an exceptionally tanky jungler in the Nidalee. You can build tank, but it's not like it's a Gragas or something like that. You don't have a tanky enemy support. You've got a Karma, so plenty of good pull targets if he can land those.
Yeah, Karma is definitely a speedy one. A little bit difficult sometimes to grab, but as you said, if you can land those, support's running Ignite pretty much permanently now, unless there's some really threatening assassin on the enemy team after the nerfs to exhaust. So kill pressure is up in the bottom lane, not just due to the supports that are being played, but also the summoner spells that have shifted more towards Ignites, and we're seeing the invades. These are nothing to get super excited about. The Raptor Vision, though, is pretty much what we see almost every single game. It looks like Smithy and Flame might actually want a little bit more than the ordinary ward.
Yeah, the Raptor start has just become so much ingrained as the best way to start right now that keeping an eye on your opponents at that has just become pretty much the standard. Right?
Yeah, and especially with Nidalee too, you want extra time because Nidalee still has the trap setup that you want to get done for her early clears. And they were not able to delay too many of those. Lyra should be fine as far as his Raptor stat right now. I believe he's got his 4. Yep, you just want to get those 4 down, and then he'll pop the next one onto the main. Raptor, looks like since he's up there, though, Envy's bottom lane might look for a little bit of early harassment. There you go.
Not too crazy. The Envy bottom lane does hang around that Tri-Brush just in case, but considering Olay and Cody aren't going to be walking near that, they decided to just head back, make sure they don't lose any of that presence in the lane towards the wave early on. Smithy starting off with the red. Lee Sin's one of those junglers that doesn't have the best time starting at Raptor.
It's actually a pretty common start for him to start at Raptor, so this makes me think that Smithy has a plan in mind, starting off with his red. Maybe he'll go for the early level 3 double buff And it looks like it's just going red to blue right now, so it might even be earlier than that as, you know, Jarvan, it is a good matchup into Galio early on, and he can be aggressive, but if you're aggressive that early on, holy moly, where are the Envy fans?
I have no idea, but if they're anywhere, they're not voting right now. 90% feel that Immortals is walking away with the win from this one now. I mean, we did talk about how Envy spent the entirety of Spring Split at the bottom of the standings. So they have sort of a lot to prove to show that they are a competitive team.
Plus, there's a lot of hype being generated around, you know, Immortals after the trade. With Smithy on top of Pobelter now, they are now fielding, you know, those two CLG members that did win a championship. Pobelter going to be able to walk away from the Mantra Q there.
Level 2 Karma Gank. You don't normally expect that one, but it doesn't do a whole lot of damage to Pobelter.
And I was about to say, it's one thing to go for a roaming gank if you pushed out and went for it back, but top lane...
turret dive! First blood over to Immortals. Smithy, that pathing you were talking about.
Again, Smithy. Oh, here we go, the pull!
Oh, meanwhile, bottom side, Ignite onto Hakuo. They're forcing him to run away. Olay flashing after. The root going to be coming down. The auto attack's flying out. The heal is popped. Can they get him? Not quite yet. Apollo now trying to turn this one on its head. Cody's son going to be forced to run, trying to get away, but it's not going to be happening today. Hakuo and Apollo now seeing if they can make it too. And Apollo steps right in front of that pull. Olay trying to get himself away, but Immortals oversteps their boundaries and are punished by the Envy bottom.
Oh, so much action, and the Envy bottom lane just relies on the kiting strength right there. Apollo and Hakuo able to dish it out as they're running away. All the damage they focus onto Cody's son because Blitzcrank's threat is not big after his pull is down. So they immediately focus on the AD carry to take away the only threat that was there. That flash from Seraph was question mark ping worthy. That's
Maybe he was thinking the Q was already coming out and he was going to flash the Sonic Wave?
I always try and, you know, look from their perspective and try to figure out what the plan was there, but I cannot see that one.
No.
As he flashed from one side of the taunt into the other side of the taunt. And
you're flashing hoping that your opponent is bad enough to cast the Q too early.
Yeah, I guess. Well, anyways, Flame was able to get that taunt off. And the thing that we wanted to highlight, though, Smithy and his early plays. I feel like he's been underrated for them. He's pulling them off consistently, and he was able to get that kill down before the bottom lane died. So Immortals did get first blood bonus. Meanwhile, Lyra's going for the invade, and he's got a level up.
Lyra is on the prowl. This Nidalee double buffed up, very strong. Backing himself away now, doesn't want to go any deeper, even though Hakuo's here just to make sure he doesn't get in too much trouble trying to flex muscles like this.
Yeah, it's going to continue on with his counter jungle, though. Nidalee with the level lead here. Very, very threatening. Huge amount of chase potential there. And look at the wards. They're just lighting up the Immortals red quadrant jungle here. So Smithy, anytime he visits that bottom triangle, as we were kind of predicting was their opening game plan, it's going to be telegraphed. So I like Envy kind of cutting that off. And now they're going for it a little bit more in the bottom lane.
See if they might be able to find Cody, but instead a downtown pull into the root. Olay makes it a 1-for-1.
And he does go down, but he increases his hook accuracy right there. And I feel like that was worth it. Blitzcrank grabs himself a kill. Unlucky, people sometimes say these things, but Seraph is going to be able to, delay his death.
Yeah, just a little bit. Smithy, very nice display of patience there, holding that resonating strike until Seraph pops the flag and drag.
Yeah, I really do like that adaptation, though. Smithy, you know, he gets chased out of his bottom quadrant, so he immediately goes back to his strong side and just picks on Seraph. Meanwhile, this is what happened down bottom. Obviously, Olay was able to get his hook. And the bad thing here for the bottom lane is that the wave was pushing away from their turret at that time. So while it is a 1-for-1 trade, it means that there are no more CS coming through for the AD carry, and you can start to see, you know, Cody's son is feeling that discrepancy a little bit. Meanwhile, top lane, and Smithy's focus up there, just camping that top lane, making Seraph pay for everything he said about North American solo queue. It has resulted in their first turret.
Getting vengeance for fast comments. Immortals taking that first turret down means they're up about 1,000 gold here, slightly before the 7-minute mark, but we're actually having a pretty bloody game so far. Both sides having 3 kills each, 6 minutes into the match.
both sides trying to be as proactive as possible, not willing to just sit back and let this game happen. And you mentioned how Envy's thing was always they played a good early game. It just fell apart in the mid game. And Immortals, even in week number 1, in their victory over TSM, which no one expected, with TSM coming back, having double lift in the roster again, a lot of people were seeing that as a #1 team. Then Immortals takes them down. It's because they just outplayed them. They looked like a better team.
Yeah, the playmaking is definitely still staying true for Immortals. The other thing that we're looking for from them is, all this praise that's going over to Smithy and his, great game sense. This is going to be a good test of that, because if, as you're saying, people are used to getting those mid lane advantages over Envy and using those mid game objective trades, Immortals should look to do a very similar thing. They already have the turret lead, and now they're trying to protect their bottom side while Flame is up top. No teleport available and out of range for that Galio ultimate. Seraph is going to go answer it, though. So the threat of Envy trying to make a 5v4 happen on the bottom side seems to be outlived here.
I mean, Seraph's got a potion, a sword, and a call in his inventory. So he's not exactly a big threat anywhere just yet. Kind of walking around with a hodgepodge assortment of items there. Flame, he doesn't have anything completed yet either, but it looks at least a little bit more clean.
And he is Galio, right? Tanks come with a pretty high baseline of effectiveness as far as the early game teleports come. And now he's even got room to roam here, clearing out some wards. Anytime he does roam halfway down this jungle, by the way, red buff is in range of Galio ulting to the mid lane at least. So you always have to keep your mind on that. And again, if you're focusing top side, you want to use that side to pick out a little bit of the jungle resources.
That's going to be a tall order, though. The defense coming in from Envy as Immortals brings multiple bodies up here to maybe contest this. Everybody thinking about it. Flame drawing it back into the brush again. Smithy and Pobel there as well. Spear comes in, ball comes in. Nobody wanting to be the first to pull the trigger. Xfinity going to be going in, makes the kick, and there comes Flame crashing down. Furion going to be taken low, the taunt out and down. Hakuo bursted through first, Shockwave only finds its way onto Flame now. We've got Olay into the mix. Lyra is done. It's a 2-for-1 so far. Pobelter with the flash over the wall as Smithy is right back in there. Seraph looking to grab the stab, and he takes him out now. Can he get himself away? Olay being chased down. It's Immortals who have to be careful. Seraph, limited mana, backing off.
Ooh, and they get the 2-for-1 here. Even though the red buff does go down, Seraph gets a little bit of revenge for himself. And now he's even got some time to push out the wave. Take another look at this because, as he said, the extra man here was coming from Envy. Never mind, root landed.
Uh-oh. All right, see ya. Apollo makes a pincushion out of Pobelter, hitting him with the chains and the arrows and all sorts of damage. It'll be his first death of the game. Apollo's 3rd kill, putting in work on this 80 carry pick.
Yeah, just kind of walked up slowly and hit him with the chains of corruption.
He just walked at me menacingly, and I didn't know what to do. I had to get out of there, but by the time he tried, it was too late. Pobelter gets himself solo killed, and all that extra gold is going to help Apollo get to the point where he can potentially carry this game. Cody Sun forced back by Hakuo here in the bottom side. 73 to 87 farms, so along with that 3-kill advantage that he has, Apollo also farming better than his counterpart.
Yeah, I mean, the pace of this game has been extremely quick, and it's turned back in Envy's favor because Immortals were actually a bit ahead of themselves, right? They had this advantage in top lane, but they went for the invade on the red quadrant without their support roaming up. Olay was on the way to the top side when they were prepping that play, but because he wasn't there,
Oh, yeah, he did flash. He did not walk at him mid.
He walked slowly after he flashed.
Right. So there was still walking slowly, but there was another important element in there as well. All right.
Credit due to Apollo there.
Yep, we got it.
This guy has been one of the consistent North American LCS AD carries. Able to get himself a kill on Pobelter there. Lyra still on the warpath. Wants to retake vision control here on the red quadrant and see if they can revisit their earlier strategy of taking down the bottom lane here.
I love watching junglers like Lyra that always want to be aggressive, always want to get into enemy territory, invade, control the space and the vision. Olay now in some trouble. The shockwave gets him all the way out of there. See in about 15 seconds as Envy now with 4 men bottom side pushing onto this turret, looking to equalize that objective count.
Well-planned little skirmish there from Lyra Empyrean. Shockwave, he already had started casting it because there is that small delay during the leap. Able to get that Knockback there as soon as he landed, and Olay had no chance. Meanwhile, though, Immortals are still going to trade a decent amount of damage, if not the whole turret. Looks like Seraph might come around for a little bit of a sneak. He's got to be careful, though.
Tyrion manages to hold them off long enough to keep the turret in fair enough shape. A little bit below half HP is Hawkwo and Lyra also nearby in case this would have turned into anything a bit more sketchy. 2 kills on the mid laner for Envy, 3 kills on the AD carry, so a lot of the money right where they want it. You can see Blade of the Ruin King just now completed fully for Apollo. So that means he's going to have that much more threat in these fights. As Smithy coming around from behind gets the kick on Tyrion into the follow-up. See you later. Spear over the wall does not connect. Seraph trying to jump in, finds a nice AoE Cataclysm. McSmithy taken low, taken down. Follow-up on the Seraph, not going to be there. Pobelter now having to escape, tosses out the orb. But he is cut down by Lyra.
Lyra comes in to clean up here for Team Envy, and we're right back at it. Again, kills is being traded over. A little bit extra turret damage there on the exit, but now Cody-san and Olay are sitting on wards, so I doubt they'll be able to pull off the surprise.
Lots of sweepers coming out on the side of Envy as well. 3 different ones. Here's a replay. Smithy coming around from behind.
All right, Smithy coming in. A little bit of a alley-oop here from CLG, ex-CLG member to ex-CLG member. He was barely able to dodge that spear, but it doesn't matter because Seraph completes his teleport, gets in for that Jarvan burst that you were alluding to before, and Lyra is able to land the second spear for his kill onto Pobelter.
Lyra now 2, 1, and 3 on that Nidalee. Like I was saying, the amount of sweepers on the side of Envy wanting to make sure that they can clear out any Immortals vision and just take control of that game. You've only got 1 sweeper on the side of Immortals, and it's the baby one, not the level 9 one, and it's only on Olay. Everybody else still rocking the warding totems, so.
Meanwhile, objectives, still the neutral objectives there, at least Rift Herald and the Mountain Drake have not taken part in this bloody early game that we've seen so far. Pretty much everybody just looking for the kill advantages so far.
And look at that. That control ward doesn't actually see that Envy ward in that river brush because they're on opposite ends of the brush.
That's why almost always you'll see people ward the mid 70% of that mid lane brush right there because the range of the wards was reduced when they were changed from pink wards to control wards, but Smithy walks into a trap!
Like Smithy finding himself in a 1v3 situation that he's not getting out of anytime soon.
Activated!
Seraph taking the kill credit, and that was highly unlucky for Smithy.
Yeah, this upper red quadrant of the jungle has been a bit of a catch there for Immortals and Smithy specifically. Some extra kills going over, and Envy are starting to pull away.
Olay just camping out on this ward that he has no idea is there.
Now he's going to have an idea.
All right, now he probably realizes something is up. Lyra moves in. That's going to go bye-bye. Envy maintains that vision control. 2,000 gold lead for these guys, 15 minutes in. Still no Rift Heralds, still no Drakes.
Man, it's actually kind of impressive that Envy, even though they got behind versus a team that has the Galio, that had the Galio ahead, they didn't give away any cross-map pressure. They were able to defend their own jungle multiple times, get counter kills off of all of Immortals' aggressive moves, and now they're picking up the Mountain Drake that they've spent, maybe a good 5 minutes of warding so far in the game in this area, and finally it is able to take its toll. On top of this gold lead, this is kind of your classic Envy that you're remembering from Spring Split.
But also, Spring Split Envy, a lot of games, Kobe, look good at 15 minutes. Let's see what they look like come 20 minutes, 22 minutes, 25 minutes. That's when the worry factor started coming in for Envy, when they started having those difficulties as we got into the mid-game. If they can hold on to that, shore up those weaknesses, then they can truly evolve as a team in summer. But Immortals looking to not allow that to happen as they nearly secure the Rift Herald for themselves. Just a little bit more damage will do it. They'll have to see how they can use that successfully because we didn't see a great use of Rift Herald in the previous series, in the first game. Phoenix 1 managed to get that against Cloud9, but that's all they got, and it just kind of summoned and died. It was pretty sad. So maybe Immortals can get a little bit more out of that.
Yeah, I really like it when you can set up a gank right after you're able to get the Rift Herald. Top side, though, is the focus from Team Envy, as Immortals are looking like they're not even really sending extra members to get into position. Pobelter is walking around through their own jungle. But Envy have to watch out for a Galio backed up initiation. We saw a little bit of a preview of it where Smithy went for the little insect play inside the jungle and Galio ult was on top of him to try and make it more threatening, but that is the type of play they're looking for. One ultimate down as Apollo threw out his Chains of Corruption.
Galio is so strong when you have a diver on your team. Somebody like Ari who goes into the back line, Galio can make that person way, way harder to kill and jump in there and help him disrupt. It can be a ballistic missile into the back lines, which is very, very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, you just need multiple parts, right, working with him. Either the Ari or the Lee Sin. In addition, if you make the call to go for that play after a Blitzcrank hook lands, then you're guaranteed commitment into that sort of fight. And that's the sort of thing that Immortals are looking for. They're trying to get vision right now to get that play off of the ground. Both top laners do have their teleports, though, and Seraph has caught up quite well, as we were saying. Black Cleaver's completed, so that gives him that armor shred at least that you're looking for, and he still definitely does threaten the back line.
Yep, Black Cleaver with the Tiamat, pretty standard bruiser stuff in the top lane to start off with. Probably going to see that Tiamat completed into a Titanic Hydra before too long. Means he'll be tanky enough to survive a little while in the team fights while also still dealing plenty of that damage. Pobelter pushing down the top side, 170 farm and a kill on this Ari. Morello Namicon completed as the first item. See the Aether Wisp in the inventory.
This would be a prime opportunity to start the Rift Herald up at a secondary turret, because you don't want to waste it on one that's very low like that. Rift Herald damages himself when he goes for a charge, so you don't want to lose health going for a low turret that you can finish off by your own hands, unless you know you're one of those hands-off people, too good to take down the turret.
Take care of it, yeah.
You know, you got people for that sort of thing. Rift Herald is the turret-killing butler. Seraph, though, down on the bottom side, taking a little bit of a hit.
Yeah, Flame took some damage back as well, but Seraph doesn't really have anything to resist Flame's damage. I mean, there's no magic resistance on this guy, so even if he is shredding through some of the armor of Flame, Flame's still going to have more armor than Seraph will MR, so not the best trades to take. Not as bad as they were, still favoring Flame.
Oh.
Apollo finds himself found out by Pobelter, trying to flash away, outplay the charm, the damage comes through. Apollo makes the outplay.
And he flashed away after the auto attack was already in the air. Second time that Apollo takes down Pobelter 1 versus 1. I mean, we talk about him being kind of this consistent North American LCS AD carry, but he is the carry here for Envy right now, creating solo plays as Varus. Also going to be their team fight damage source later on. Let's look at how the bottom half of the map play went off, though. Olay flash closer to the knockup.
That feels bad, trying to flash away from him, but you still get thrown up into the air.
Can't flash into a line on top of his body.
Oh, you gotta try to flash away from that incoming line. It didn't work out well for Olay. That's his 4th death this game on the Blitzcrank. That pick not paying dividends so far. The Rift Herald now summoned, likely just because he was about to time out, so they're gonna drop him. Where the heck did he go? Okay, they dropped him off in the woods. He meandered his way down to bottom lane.
Slow, working on minions first.
All right, they're going to have him collide into that turret after a while.
Yeah, so what they want to do is now that they summon him on the bottom side, make a play on the top side of the map. So they at least want to pull Team Envy apart and make them decide, you know, are they going to answer this 5v5 or are they going to actually have someone go clean the Rift Herald?
All right, good pull, but sadly no follow-up.
As of right now, they've decided to send Purian to go deal with that Rift Herald. So everybody else is on wave clear duty, and it's actually not that bad of an issue unless someone else does get pulled by the Blitzcrank.
Immortals still looking for something here. Lyra trying to clear out some of that vision, use those sweepers we talked about earlier. Hakuo hanging around to shield anybody that might get pulled.
Rift Herald is still healthy, so they could actually go protect him. Slow pushed it all the way up, and Cody's son is going to try and ensure that Rift Herald is able to get her work done.
Here comes the suicide charge. Damn, that does a lot of damage.
Uh-oh.
In some trouble, though. Smithy trying to come around from behind. Instead, he's going to be stopped. Lyra and Purian now looking to collapse, punish this a little bit. The damage comes through. Seraph's able to make the dunk, and now can they find even more? I think they might. Seraph going to be taunted up, locked down, burst low, but instead it's Immortals, whose health bars rapidly find themselves deleted off the face of the earth, and it's 4 for nothing Team Envy coming out with a big win in that fight.
And because they killed 4 members, that's a pretty easy Baron call for them as well. Apollo is just cleaning house on this Varus. Smithy went for another aggressive play here, but because so many mid laners are picking up early Banshee's Veil now, since it's a low-cost spell shield, really important for that mid lane. Furion, even though he's extended, not only does he survive the bottom lane play, they turn it around and they reap the rewards.
And that reward is Baron Nashor himself, 22 minutes into the game. I said we had to check back with Envy once we got past 20 minutes, see what they were doing, and they look fantastic right now, Kobe. Stealing away the enemy blue buff as well. Getting that on Lyra means along with the Baron up push, you're going to have infinite spheres coming at you. Things are dire for Immortals.
Definitely true, and a lot of it has come from Envy actually punishing Smithy's aggression. So maybe you need to temper that a little bit. Here's this play that he's going for. He tries to take off the spell shield, and then he was going to go for a flash kick, but it takes too long, and he took too much damage doing it, so he's pretty much dead at the very beginning of the fight. And from that point, 5v4 plus a bad situation, Apollo just gets the rain down damage from the other side of this wall. Huge combo from Envy. Seraph doesn't even end up going down, being the point man there. So Envy, very clean counter initiation and a huge punish again onto Immortals. They really can't afford any more of those. That was a very big swing.
It might be past the point of no return right now when you're looking at a 6,000 gold difference 23 minutes in and your opponents has Baron on 5 members. Very, very difficult to deal with. But now we've got to keep eyes on Envy and see what exactly they do with the remaining 2 minutes or so of Baron. You want to see that translated into objectives, translated into something more. Because usually, unless you're trying to bash your heads into that inhibitor wall, if there are outer turrets or even tier 2 turrets standing, you can take them off pretty easily.
Oh, Apollo nailed him!
Onto Pobelter again. Hakuo staying in range to get the root. Apollo, one more attack will do it. He doesn't find that kill, but he has got Pobelter's number this game.
Apollo is a benevolent god, lets him go, but now he gets kicked in!
Now he's knocked back into enemy hands, shut down by Olay. The rest of Envy having to retreat here, as Immortals will hold the line.
That flash is barely not on cooldown there for Apollo. A few more seconds he would have needed, and Smithy does find his target this time around, getting them the kill. They still lost the turret, though.
Yeah, they do lose the turret. They don't completely hold the line. They don't get their base destroyed, but they do lose objectives to their opponents despite grabbing a kill. Not the best trade for Immortals. Take out the enemy AD carry, lose 2 turrets. Now Lyra looking to finish what was started earlier. Another spear coming out. Good accuracy there. The charm, though. Outplayed. Pobelter with the shutdown.
This game has had a lot of those hilarious little interactions. Here we go again, though. Smithy, aggressive.
Smithy just does not have an off switch. The guy is always looking to go in. And Olay finding yet another pull, weaves through the minions. That will shut down Hakuo, as now Seraph has to find a way out of this one. Looks like he will. Flag and drag over the wall gets him to safety.
Whew, all right, take a little bit of breather there. And we still have a large amount of gold to go purchase some items with right now. So even though it's super hectic, that Baron power play actually still reaping rewards as another turret will go down. And they get even more gold off of that earlier play. So Immortals, even though there's still signs of life and it looks like, oh, they're still fighting back and there's a lot of, action, it's getting pretty rough, as you were talking about before. Here, let's take a look at these spears. As Pobelter, he does get hit by this one, but he saves his charm right there. Oh my goodness, after Lyra flashed. And that's something that you can't charm that after he flashed. He had the charm animation beginning, and Lyra flashed right into it.
Yeah.
So tough break there.
From Pobelter, landing that exactly where he needed to land it to make the outplay. Now 2 and 3 instead of the 1 and 4 he would have been if Lyra was able to make that dive happen. Luden's Echo also means he has that much more movement speed and burst power when he does get into these fights. So if he can find himself one good team fight, he could become a huge threat very quickly.
Could be. Pobelter definitely looking for some pickoffs here, and Immortals are setting up a little bit of fog of war for themselves. Control wards and sweepers are coming out. They're trying to open up a space for a possible, pick off and kill for the assassin. Doesn't look like Envy will be lured into it, as maybe it is a Seraph target here.
Pobelter coming around bottom side, looking for Seraph. Olay as well. Seraph, remember, magic resistance, still none in his arsenal. Charm hits him, but now the rest of Envy has made their way down to the fight. Immortals being cautious about this, not wanting to chase down the one tanky person on Envy, instead opting to back away as Envy moves themselves in towards that river.
Yeah, definitely a good sign that you see a little bit of restraint there from Immortals, going all in on trying to pick off the tank while the rest of the team is trailing. Definitely backfire. It actually just likes some more time to farm anyway, so calming this game down a little bit would be decent for them.
No Essence Reaver on the Xayah this game. Previous games, you usually see a lot of people building that Essence Reaver on her first. Cody Sun opting for the Infinity Edge instead, meaning he won't have the cooldown potential that the Essence Reaver offers, but the damage is going to be that much more extreme if he can get those big crits in the team fights, and we know what late game Xayah damage output can look like.
Plus, he really does have to worry about not only the mid laner, obviously, is, you know, Orianna's always a threat, and Pyrian's doing decently well, but Pyrian on the Nidalee is definitely a threat, and he's looking to dive because he just finished his Zhonya's, and this is a full AP Nidalee. So Hex Drinker pickup there from Cody Sun adds a little bit more safety on top of the ultimate. Can't always just rely on your ultimate being able to dodge things, so does have that extra small little shield.
Yeah, sometimes you do see the Nidalee builds go with something like an Iceborne Gauntlet or just a couple more tanky options, but not Lyra. He wants to make sure that those spears are going to be chunking people from start to finish.
Yeah. Well, Lyra himself was the one who was doing like Trinity Force in spring, and he's been all over the place. This time around, though, definitely hugely threatening as far as if he lands those spears.
Now Immortals still down 6,500 gold. You've got Infernal Drake coming up in a minute. You've got Baron in 45 seconds. Envy, for a team that has that kind of a gold lead, Kobe, doesn't look like a team that has that kind of a gold lead. They seem to be happy just hanging out, farming up, and waiting for one of these objectives to fight over.
Well, they're trying to clear out that vision. Some respect being paid to the Blitzcrank and Ahri possible pick. So it looks like they're now calling for the play, and he nails another one.
And a corruption again from maximum distance. Apollo finds his way to Cody Sun, whose ultimate is forced out. Seraph now trying to find the opportunity to get in there, maybe dunk someone. The charms and the disengage from Immortals will be enough to get them out of danger for now. But with Baron spawning in 10 seconds and Cody having no ultimate, this is a fight that Envy may want to force.
That was actually really good front lining from Flame there. You can see exactly what Seraph wants to go for is all-inning on the backline to get the combo with the Shockwave. He's mostly looking to deliver the ball there from Pyrian, but Flame cuts him off, gets the taunt, doesn't allow him to get anywhere near the backline so that Envy can't pull off their little combo.
I don't know. Everybody's really, really cautious right now, Kobe. It's just a dance back and forth. A couple steps into the wrong way from either side could be the start of this fight. Lyra showing his face, showing a spear. Not going to be doing anything else. Pobelter eats the first bit of damage. Piercing arrow finds its way into him, chunked down by about half. Envy's not going to do anything more than that. Happy just backing out, using those shields from Karma to make sure that nobody's in explicit danger.
Infernal Drake is also up. So the option for Immortals to actually just defend if the... Oh, never mind. They're just sticking around here in the mid lane, throwing skill shots at each other.
This is a sideways ARAM. You're not even going towards your own base. You're going towards the different halves of the river in an ARAM, but now Envy has decided to pull the trigger, rush down the Baron, and they are doing it real fast.
I mean, it's a double Mountain Drake, so like you have to make the call so early if you want to even try for the Infernal. Now that they're going for the Infernal after they heard the Baron call, they're going to burn it down, but Immortals, the Envy are happy to use this Baron buff to come for a push. Look at the bottom inhibitor turret for Immortals right now. It's almost dead, and the minions are moving up that way. So right now, Team Envy are pushing up mid, and they can easily rotate down there to open up the base.
A lot of times you don't like giving away an Infernal Drake in a game, but Envy seem to be content with giving away that one in exchange for the pressure that they got around the map as well as the Baron. Now it seems like everyone's backing off at the same time, regrouping, buying, making sure they're ready to maybe have a base-breaking push here. There are still tier 2s up in the top and middle lanes they'll have to get through, but that bottom lane, like you said, that's the vulnerable option here.
Trying to push that wave out as quickly as possible because here come the Baroned up lines of minions. Envy should just 4-1 right now. They don't really need to have any more of a split than that. They've got Baron buff, and Seraph is relatively safe. He's got his own flash, He has his own teleports. So he's definitely a viable split pushing option here versus the Galio at this stage. Plenty of damage that he can actually threaten Flame pretty effectively. He's level 18 compared to 15 for Flame right now, which is pretty insane considering the early start that Seraph had.
Remember that he does have that black cleaver, so all that armor that Flame is stacking, each point is just worth that much less in terms of gold efficiency compared to his opponent. Just makes it that much harder for him to be effective against Seraph in that split push. And I mean, Dragon Strike also has the armor shred on it, so Seraph's got plenty of ways to deal with Flame in that 1v1 situation. The rest of Envy just kind of happy setting up shop here in the jungle, blocking off those paths for rotation for Immortals, preventing them from moving back and forth between these lanes. Spear's going to keep coming out during the siege as well. Cody's son has to be careful not to be too far forward. They force out the ultimate, they take down the tier 2 turret, and Envy continues pushing closer and closer to a win.
All right, top lane's pushing.
Oh, Olay goes for it, but he doesn't find the pull, and now this could be a disaster for Immortals. As Envy re-engages, Xmithie into the back line, gonna be chased away. Pobelter rooted up, blocked down, fading away. The Ignite is ticking, the heal is out. And they're able to grab the kill. A rampage for Seraph. Flame's gonna be going down, a double for Seraph. 4 dead on the side of Immortals. Envy are kicking in the front door.
That's it.
They're gonna win the game.
Yeah, Baron buff on those minions means they can easily end this one. Envy coming out swinging.
Seraph doesn't even care. He's got minions, but he's just gonna eat a face full of turret all day long. He's got so many tank items, and Team Envy, 33 minutes in, take down Immortals in game number 1. That has got to feel good for this team, Kobe. Envy, we already said this was a team that was sitting at the bottom of the standings for the entirety of Spring Split. They come into Summer Split, it's week number 1, they're tied up, they're right in the middle of the pack, and then their first duty in week number 2 is to take down one of the top teams, one of the best looking teams after week number 1. It's like, oh man, can we actually do this? And apparently, answer's yes.
Yeah, in game number 1.
In game number 1.
And the main thing for me is that they actually did a very good job of reacting to the pressure that Immortals are bringing, because Immortals, very, very heavy focus on that top lane. I mean, they ganked Flame over and over. They were successful in killing him, plus taking that early turret. But Immortals, even though that is a Galio and has a possibility of, affecting the rest of the map, they're able to defend the subsequent invades from Immortals and had multiple good punishments on those invades.
It wasn't just Envy playing very well, it was Immortals also having mistakes and Envy recognizing every single opportunity to go for giving them that punish, like you said, saying, look, this is a really bad play, we're going to make sure you don't get away with it, we're coming back into the game now. But we'll throw things over to the analysts from here to see what they make of that Envy win.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it looks like Immortals green with Envy for the fact that this other team got a win. It lines up beautifully. All right, we're going to call it in to do it. And I'm glad that you laughed and smiled and pretended to like what I said. It wasn't fake at all. Of course not. Yes, let's talk about this. Envy, honestly, I think coming in unexpected to win, but a convincing game, I'd say.
Yeah, and I think you can say like Immortals might have gone like a little tricky with their draft. Obviously, anytime you take Blitzcrank, you are going a little substandard, though he is coming back in the meta a little bit. We've seen it in other regions with a lot of the mage supports.
So real quick then, is Blitzcrank good or not? Right? Like before you're like, oh, well, Korea's doing it, so it must be good. Like in meta does not mean it's good or bad. We saw Ray play Jarvan forever, and now Everett caught him for everyone else. So is Blitzcrank good or bad?
I think right now it's situationally good.
Okay.
I like the idea where you, even before they saw all the picks, they at least knew that there were immobile carries in both the mid and bot lane position. You know you're against a Karma, so you have a lot of people over the course of the game that you can potentially pick off. So I like the idea. Fits into the comp decently well. I think if you pick it in the right time, it's fine. Obviously, they lost the bot lane 2v2 really hard, and that kind of crushes Blitzcrank, because from behind, sure, he can keep trying to fish for hooks, but he loses all sort of potential pressure in the lane where when Blitzcrank from ahead can just press W and run at you and scare you off the wave. But if you're ahead against the Blitzcrank, you just pressure him when he tries to do that.
As long as you don't pull turret aggro, then get stunned for 2 seconds, you pretty much can't lose the lane anymore.
Which might have happened.
Which, to be fair, might have happened. The Mythos could have come through. So we had eventually seen, we don't have a replay of it, but we had seen that the Envy double kill in the bot lane at level 2 certainly got them ahead. But we have some top lane pressure, though, that Xmithie was all over the map with.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for Immortals that they lost their bot lane that hard, because while that was happening, Xmithie was putting in work on the top side. And during his time on CLG, he actually had really good initial paths and ganks, and a lot of people were attributing that to the coaching staff. But here you kind of see it was Xmithie, because he's able to continue that success on Immortals here, snowballing against the counter pick that Immortals took into, or excuse me, Envy took into the Galio. Right. And the thing is, when you do that, you have to kind of play around that counter pick a little bit. And Lyra spent a lot of time on the bot side of the map where he was leaving Seraph out to dry a little bit. And that was going to get really scary if things didn't start swinging back their way. There was that skirmish with the red buff that they were able to use to stabilize. And then the bot lane from Envy starts getting out of laning phase and affecting the rest of the map.
Yeah, I mean, we saw several solo kills from Apollo against Pobelter. Because of his lead, he was actually equal level for the one-on-ones, which is incredibly atypical for a bot lane, but obviously did happen here. It is funny, just Apollo as a player, even back when he was with Fusion, the guy was always a big Varus player, and even though Varus is no longer the mandatory pick, it's still so much that he wants to play this champion, and I like that kind of right now you have your options. The Zayas are out there, the Twitches are out there, the Lucians are out there, and he's like, I still like what Varus provides, he does well in it. I think it's cool to see that he has his own style.
And no longer building the Blade of the Rune King tier, which drove many analysts crazy. Obviously going for the more standard build. That has become the meta, which you and I were talking is a little surprising because you think this champion with a really annoying Q harass would be maxing that and building a lot of AD. He actually maxed Q last and has a lot of attack speed because he can duel and 1v1 people extremely strong when he's that far ahead.
Yeah, it was like the EU style from back in the spring split, like in week 1, where you go Ruin King attack speed, and this guy actually did double energize items. I don't know, it's a minor point. We'll get off of Apollo for now. The fight that we really want to talk about with Envy was actually the 4-0 in their own jungle, where this really kind of broke it open for them.
And this is one of the things that we're talking about with the new Banshees build. You heard Kobe talking about you have to break it first. And the fact that it takes that extra time gives Pyrian the ability to get out and then the teleport to come through. They find and turn onto Smithy. Immortals comp, you get to see some of the strengths here, able to get some good AoE damage down and potentially turn this fight around, but Lyra's going to show up and help put an end to that with the help of Apollo. Going to clean this fight up as they were already relatively far ahead at this point in the game. A little bit of a desperation play there. Doesn't work out. Obviously, Envy goes up to Baron after that point and really seals the game.
You can see the really sharp, for the first sharp red spike in that graph is that team fight right there, where it was only a couple thousand apart, and then they really broke the game down at that point. It's a nice even damage graph for Apollo at 13k. He obviously did very well for himself. Pobelter, we've been talking about him going and doing better despite his solo deaths. A lot of damage for him as well. He's still been contributing, but again, their bot lane got snowballed on Immortals. Rarely actually been losing bot lane now, but that was definitely a bad one for Cody Sentinel.
And that's kind of the case. Is Immortals played decently well. They obviously wanted to play around that top side, and their comp had a lot of things that made sense. The Gallia can follow up on either the Ahri or the Lee Sin's initiation to get involved in team fights. It just was the case where they over-aggressed in that bot lane 2v2. As soon as you hit the initial, hook knock-up and the guy flashes away and you have to chase down for 10 seconds against a Karma, you're probably going to lose that situation.
Right, she's got shorter cooldowns than you. You're going to lose the extended trade in that one. So mistakes made, but either way, Envy capitalized on it. We gave player of the game honors to Apollo for this one. His damage output was certainly very high. There he is on your screen. And I mean, it's just really awesome to see Team Envy, who was in 10th place, one roster change, and they'd gotten a couple of good wins. Now they're up one game against a 2-0 team that we were kind of giving a nod for being a solid playoff team in Immortals, and Envy continuing to rise.
And that's the thing with Envy, was that they had a ton of game 3s last season where they were so close to getting a number of wins, and it seems like all they really needed is that small upgrade in the mid lane position potentially to really put them over the edge. And even at the end of last season, Apollo was looking much better. He had some great games in the promotion tournament when they were defending their spot in the league. So he's kind of on the up and up. The whole team seems to be gelling better, and this could be one of those rosters that took a little bit longer than a single split to really figure out, but a lot of upside left.
Certainly seems to be. Pyrian staying in the roster so far. I haven't heard about any subs coming in for him as well, so he's making that work so far. Now we're going to see if Immortals can even up the score when they return in Game 2 versus Team Envy. Stay right here. More NALCS after the break.
All right, top lane's pushing. Oh, Olay goes for it, but he doesn't find the pull, and now this could be a disaster for Immortals. As Envy re-engages, Smithy into the back line, going to be chased away. Pobelter rooted up, locked down, fading away. The Ignite is taking the heal is out. And they're able to grab the kill. A rampage for Seraph. Flame's going to be going down. A double for Seraph. 4 dead on the side of Immortals. Envy are kicking in the front door. That's it. They're going to win the game.
on summer split, like obviously win is super important, but I hope like all the NB teams playing like a real team, like as a 5-man. There's a like tons of good mechanical player in NA, but honestly I don't think we have a like all like #1 mechanic players, like maybe Haku, but I think we guarantee we have a best game knowledge in NA. So if we execute it super well in stage, then I think we can be really good.
Welcome back, guys. The teams are gearing up for round 2 of Team Envy versus Immortals. And in a surprising outcome for game #1, if you'd ask most people, if you'd ask 90% of people based on that fan vote, Envy took game #1.
Yeah, that is true. Envy, he talked about team play. They definitely had team play. It's interesting that he also shouted out Hakuo there as maybe one of the very best mechanical players for support. And he definitely has been. And the bottom lane together was hugely important in that last game. As we said, you know, Apollo constantly making plays, and he was even making solo kills onto the enemy mid laner and multiple occasions. But the duo really making their presence felt on that team. See if that can be true again in this one, because the Immortals bottom lane, as I've talked about, you know, has been good thus far, but completely outclassed there.
And both of these bottom lanes going from the start of Spring Split earlier this year into what we're seeing now in Summer Split have been a story of growth. They started off, neither one of them was making huge waves in terms of what they were accomplishing and what they were doing, but as time's gone on, they've steadily improved themselves, they've steadily had better and better performances, and now we're seeing things like Apollo solo killing Pobelter more than once as Varus versus Ahri. That's very unusual.
Definitely unusual. The other unusual thing, you know, Lyra on his Nidalee, that was super successful. We've come to really expect a lot from Lyra, right? The bar for Lyra has been top-notch for quite a while here, and he definitely continues to deliver for these guys. So I kind of agree with Seraph. As long as this team Envy does play as a 5-man squad and they can utilize this game knowledge that he keeps referring to, I think they can actually do a lot of climbing in the Summer Split. So let's see where they can go. Immortals, though, they can still definitely recover from this.
Absolutely.
This is just one game down here for the best-of-3 series. And a lot of it, as we said, did come from their aggressive plays being turned around on them. A lot of these invades, you know, or going for a lot of insect moves and kickbacks there. A little bit of extra vision or a little bit of extra communication definitely goes a long way in those plays actually turning out successful.
And I feel like you've really got to make sure you never underestimate your opponents as well. Sometimes if you go up against an opponent who might not have had a very good showing in the previous split, and you're just thinking, okay, this is a matchup that we should win, let's win it quickly, you do make those overly risky plays. And if your opponents are they're the ones paying attention to everything, they're the ones playing it as safely and properly and methodically as possible, they'll turn it around on you. And Envy did just that against Immortals in game #1.
Drawing Nidalee bans. Lyra is the only guy gonna be able to do that. And if you see a Nidalee ban, then I would definitely expect the rest of the jungle bans to come through. No surprise here. Shen has been big for both teams as far as those cross-map plays. So pretty much all top bans so far, except for that wild card of the Nidalee being thrown in. 100% respect to Lyra.
Yep, taking the LeBlanc away from Pobelter as well. They don't want to allow him to play that and do the kinds of crazy things that we know he's capable of doing on that champion. One more ban left in the arsenal for Immortals, and it will be Talia keeping Pyrion off of that. Just like you mentioned before game #1, he's effective on it. They want to make sure that they don't get to see exactly how effective.
All right, well, continued focus here onto the Karma. Also going to stay true. Team Envy will first pick this one for Hakuo and set them up for a strong lane phase once again.
Karma, the shield potential, the damage potential in lane, the kiting potential, the champion does a lot. I mean, she has had so much presence in the professional scene for so long now. She's just one of those staple champions that it feels always somewhat good to pick her. Even first pick, you don't know what's coming at you at all, Karma can always be solid.
All right, they are going to break up the combo, though, stealing away Apollo's Varus this time around. If they really want to still have that super strong lane phase for their bottom lane, Envy still have the option of going Caitlyn or something like that. But a lot of takeaways here, and Flame maybe will be piloting the Galio again, but as always, can be flexed.
Lyra jumping back and forth between a couple of champions there, finally deciding on that Lee Sin. We talked in game number 1, Kobe. You ban it away from him, you take it away from him. Generally, you don't like to put this in Lyra's hands.
I mean, yeah, you ban away the Nidalee, but then he's going to take up the Lee Sin and show you how it's done. See if he can get off those early game plays we're used to seeing from him, or if Immortals can turn this one around. I would like to see some continued faith in the playmaking from Olay, though. Even though that Blitzcrank was definitely a flop,
yeah.
Thresh is so much more versatile, and that's why we see so much more Thresh than we do Blitzcrank.
I mean, Blitzcrank, there's one thing you do with Blitzcrank. You pull somebody. Thresh can hook people, you can save allies.
You can knock them up, you can silence.
You can deny.
More dynamic.
Okay, fine, you can knock up and you can silence, but there's so much more dynamic interaction and defensive and utility-based capability with Thresh as a pick. So we'll have to see what avenues open up for those guys, switching that pick out for this one. As Fizz and Syndra both banned away in the second part of the ban phase, neither side with a mid laner means both sides paying homage and respect to ban those champions out.
Yeah, Fizz has really been funneled into the mid lane now as a mid lane assassin because those nerfs to the base AD and more scaling for AP, it's threatening. And if you do start to see bans like that, then you're thinking that Immortals want to run in one of these control mages for Pobelter this time around in the mid lane. Maybe they don't want to do Ahri again, and they'd rather put him on the Orianna this time around since Syndra is already banned out.
Well, remember, they do have the last pick of the entire draft, so they can just save that mid lane for the last one if they want to, try to counterpick it instead. They will go with the safe one, the Orianna, exactly. He called it. I mean, I called the Blitzcrank. I got to celebrate. You call the Ori, you get to celebrate.
All right, you got a big brain. Good job. All right, Ahri is going to be the counter, though, yeah. So we get to see it again, and this time, Pyrian going to try his hand at the assassinations. Pobelter, died to the enemy Varus several times. We'll see if Cody's son will be able to get himself some solo kills onto Pyrian Ahri this time around.
Maybe. I told you. I think it was actually you that I was casting with when I talked about this last time. I love a series where you get to see
reverse matchups.
The reverse matchups to see who really is the better mid laner at that matchup. I mean, if you can win it on both sides, that just means that you've mastered the matchup better than your opponent has.
Especially if it's one like this, right? Where there are trade-offs for both these mid laners. If Orianna is able to farm well and does not die to the, Ignite, level 6, Ahri going for jungler assisted ganks on the mid lane, then she'll have a very big effect on the team fights.
By the way, pretty sure that's new Rek'Sai.
New Rek'Sai is enabled, I believe.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure
this is
7-11. We changed the patch to the 7-11, the big gulp patch, as Jack called it.
Oh man, I got a lot of mixed feelings about the new Rek'Sai.
Yeah, so do I.
Because I've been hearing a lot of complaints, and I've only got a couple of games so far on it, but especially the ultimate and how easy it is for the ultimate to miss on its own, plus people to be able to dodge the ultimate, whether they dash or they're even just moving slightly quickly.
Yeah. Walk faster than a slowed pace.
I'm super hyped for it, though, to see if Smithy can get it rolling, because this new Rek'Sai is intended to be more damage-oriented and less control-oriented and less, tank.
No AoE knock-up tank spam bot in the late game. Instead, it's more of a fighter-type character, but exactly what you mentioned with the ultimate being able to miss so easily. I know I've seen a few different montage clips of new Rek'Sai trying to ult people as they casually walk to the left and it doesn't find its target, but maybe Smithy can turn this on and make it work, bring Immortals up to a 1-1 series.
And here's the thing, you start to see the team comp come together, and you're wondering, where is the ball delivery? Where is the Galio point, of his heroic entrance going to be? And it looks to be all on Smithy. So if this Rek'Sai can get off the ground at a decent level, then he can have the freedom to really dive in. He's going to have Orianna's shield on him, the possibility of Thresh pulling him back out if things go wrong. And then also the damage reduction from Galio's ultimate. If they're able to get to the team fighting phase, and they don't really collapse early on, as teams sometimes do against Team Envy, then you can definitely see the parts coming together here for Immortals.
At the same time, he is that lone catalyst for getting all those other tools into the enemy lines. If Smithy's not where he's supposed to be, or he gets shut down early, could be very problematic for these guys. A few blows being traded back and forth, sort of all over the map at level 1 here. You saw Lyra and Smithy messing with each other earlier as some damage came into Pobelter mid lane, and now even bottom side, Apollo getting a volley into Cody and Olay. These two are just having a good old-fashioned.
Yeah, everybody's got the pings down. You want to protect your junglers, Raptors. If you have a bad Raptor start, then it really hurts your early game. Should be just fine, though. You know, Q from Ari, same thing from Orianna to help on the other Raptors. And both junglers have just fine as far as the Raptor pulls have gone. Deep Ward is on the red there for Immortals, so they'll be able to see Lyra as he goes to pick up his red buff. If he goes to pick up his red buff, technically. Could do a blue side clear if he really felt sneaky about it, but
it is true.
All right, he's going to go for it. Maybe that will be some top lane focus then. We see people delay the red buffs every once in a while nowadays, so that you can have a greater effectiveness for the early game. Lee Sin with red buff, if you wait until you're already, you know, level 3 or level 4 to go collect it later, then, you know, technically you can have more time to work with it in that early stage where he's got a lot of dueling threat, you know, and he's very versatile as far as the mobility. So you can kind of delay that power and pick it up later when he wants it.
Seraph getting some decent trades down up there against Flame. As Pyrian and Pobelter, remember, same matchup from last time, just different player on different champion.
And if we're talking about, you know, red buff sides, Rek'Sai has always been good at level 3 ganking. She still is, you know, even has lower cooldowns on being able to use the tunnels more frequently, so definitely possibilities there, as Smithy has done the red quadrant clear into an invade here. We'll see that the blue is gone and believe that Lyra is on bottom side.
Lyra on bottom, grabbing his own red now as Hakuo and Apollo move in to get eyes here on the enemy blue, popping that Scryer's Bloom. We'll see the ward on it as well. They're not going to hang around to try to clear anything out. Good charm from Pyrian, but not really a whole lot else to do with that. Pobelter getting the better of him in that trade.
Yeah, push him into turret, trying to deny some CS here. Does zone him off of that one with the Q. Nice play there, and he's not going to be able to get 4 of those range minions. Just pick up the last one, though.
Every little bit helps. It's all about just zoning them away from a couple here, a couple there, and eventually that's how you build yourself a bigger, better lead. The biggest lead right now, the 23 compared to the 16 in the top side. That advantage for Seraph on that Renekton, that powerful lane bully type of champion. I mean, Galio is a lane bully in his own right. Against some people, against other people, he's more of
farm bot,
clear
exactly.
the back wave. Exactly.
Against Renekton, I'd rather just stay away from the wave.
Yeah.
Throw out a bunch of Qs.
The only thing that a bully is afraid of is a bigger bully, and Renekton is a pretty gosh darn big bully. Galio will be keeping his distance for now as Seraph just free farms to his heart's content.
Gets even bigger when he gets level 6.
That's true.
No fair.
Literally.
Doubles the size.
A bigger gator. Lyra moving into enemy territory now, though. Double buffs on the Lee Sin. Like you mentioned, he's going to have the red buff for an extended period of time because he delayed it. Arrives there just in time as that Raptor camp is spawning to steal away some golden experience.
And that is no coincidence.
No,
right?
that wasn't lucky.
The reason everybody fights over these Raptor wards is because it's the most common start, you know, one of the most rewarding camps to take. And having known that Smithy started on it, you can always guess that it will be around, you know, that 4.5 minute mark. So he times it there with the invade. Classic Rek'Sai.
All right, here we go. 1 versus 1. Quickly going to have the party crashed by Pyrian. Flash over the wall from McSmithy, getting himself away to safety. That's Pyrian's flash for McSmithy's flash, meaning Pobelter now knows that summoner spell is down on the enemy mid laner.
Yeah, it's an interesting little trade there. Smithy's actually kind of happy to trade his flash for mid lane flash. However, Pyrian is about to get level 6. And then he'll be able to rally on his ultimate for that safety. Bottom lane is a bit of a trade. Not too scrappy.
Cody getting that piercing arrow on the end. They'll take the slightly better edge in that trade for now. Apollo shielded up as he backs away. Seraph rotating down towards mid lane. Pobelter's pretty far forward here.
Nice charm.
Charm finds its way on. Flash trying to get that stun. Pobelter getting away just ever so close. Lyra goes underneath the turret. And they'll both somehow walk away. The safeguard just in time. Envy. Whoa, that was close.
Yeah, Pyrian's able to land the charm first, getting both summoners out. You know, that's the cleanse and flash. After they see that, Seraph goes all in on this. And what a roam from the top laner. The bigger bully goes to bully your friends as well. There goes both summoners. He got the stun off as well. And Lyra goes in for execute damage. Finishes it off here. That kill. Uh-oh.
Meanwhile, bot side, 2 versus 2. Cody needs a little bit more damage onto Apollo. Won't be finding it. No summoner spells used on the side of Envy, though. The Ignite is popped by Olay. So summoner spell advantage for Envy, even though they are down in health.
Man, what a big turnaround for the mid lane. After, Pyrion just used his flash offensively to try and get Smithy in the jungle, and he was in a little bit of a dangerous situation, still pretty far from that level 6. The double collapse there between Seraph and Lyra, incredibly effective. And, Seraph, as soon as Lyra joined the team, Seraph was the first guy to talk about how much he loved playing with Lyra, the skills that this guy brings to the table. And, man, both of them there completing that dive. We'll see if a summonerless Orianna is the prime target next.
The best jungler I ever played with. The words that Seraph used for Lyra, but now Olay, the thresh hooks finding their target. Hakuo, the one who's going to be initiated upon. The flash into the taunt from Flame, the damage coming through, the winds of war not quite making it happen. Seraph now gonna be knocked up as Immortals try to turn this one around. Seraph will likely be brought down here. No way out. No flash available from the previous fight, and Hakuo barely surviving is the bait that Envy didn't need, because they still end up losing their top lane.
Yes, well put.
It's almost like it was going to be good, but nah, not
well, the difference there is that Immortals jungler on the bottom side of the map. Lyra was top side counter jungling, so they were outnumbered. Even though teleports are answered, better jungler wins. Ha!
Ha ha. Pyrion coming down, trying to get some revenge here, but nope, just deciding to throw the orb into the wave instead. Apollo can farm that whole thing with a volley. Very nice, very clean. And one thing to remember about new Rek'Sai is even though that ultimate has really long range, you can only use it if you've already damaged them in the last 5 seconds.
Let's take another look here, because we're just memeing a little bit about better jungler thing. Rek'Sai is in the river when this stall starts, so it's an easy roam for Smithy to get down there, and they're able to capitalize. Here's Hakuo getting away, as you said, super low. And it looks like, if junglers were not a part of this, Team Envy would have defended very well. But Smithy slots in, able to get the easy knock up there. And Immortals capitalize with the kill and a little bit of map pressure.
Immortals 1-1. They've got a very slight gold lead, 300 or 400. Nothing really too crazy, but it's still a lead better than what they had earlier. Flame continuing to be pushed up underneath the turret, still staying even in terms of CS with his opponent though, so not really worried about playing off the back foot. Ultimate and teleport not available for him. Teleport not available for Seraph either, but ulti does appear to be ready to go. Both of these two likely telling their teams to just be very aware of those teleport timers if they decide to go for anything here on the bottom part of the map. Olay eats the arrow, more damage coming through. Sonic Wave misses, but the root is there anyway. It matters not, and Apollo will get himself onto the board. 2-1, Team Envy.
Yeah, good restraint there. Able to give the kill over to the AD carry. Setting up Apollo once again to have a good game. Olay just a little bit deep there, no vision, and gets nailed with the crowd control. Now bottom lane overloaded with Team Envy members.
Well, more trades in the top side, but Flame's not taking a whole lot of damage from Seraph anymore, really.
Uh-oh, nice charm from the Fog of War. I have to say, though, the top side also right now, with no vision for Flame, it's very difficult for him because he has to keep guessing where Lyra is. He hasn't shown for a good, 30 seconds on the map. Uh-oh.
Cody firing off those chains of corruption. Trying to make the moves happen here. Flash away from Apollo. Prey Seeker doesn't connect. The flash into the knockout. Smithy looking to finish these guys off. The ult connects. Hakuo now being chased down by the remaining members, and Immortals making a double kill.
Prey Seeker able to finish it off, and now they've got some alone time with the bottom turret. This is first turret gold as well.
But you've got to keep your eyes on Lyra and Pyrion. They're moving their way towards the bottom side, trying to stop this if they can. They will walk over wards. Turret being brought down incredibly low. It will not actually fall. Pyrion and Lyra just in time to prevent that gold from going over to IMT.
There is a ward here that sees the recall. Is Lyra...
Oh, just a little bit shallow on that one.
No shenanigans this time around. I have to say, though, again, momentum swinging back. Seraph is fine. We have to say, we're still looking for when they transition into those 5-on-5 combos. Seraph actually fairly low going for this, and Flame has him on the corner. All right, again, Smithy down bottom here with the Rek'Sai. Cody Sun turns around, nails the ultimate, and sets this one up. Because Smithy doesn't get the damage there, he's not going to be able to ult to start this tower dive off, so just flashes in for it, and ults later to secure the kill. Cody Sun gets him low enough that the second Prey Seeker actually feeds more gold over.
Meanwhile, topside, Flame is taken over. This is like Karate Kid, Kobe. The kid gets bullied at the start, and then all of a sudden he learns how to fight back. Seraph is not having fun anymore.
And it's because it's right before the teleport cooldowns come off there, so it's actually a really good time to get Seraph low. Unfortunately, no extra help being sent to Flame. So even though he forced him low, he's got to do it himself.
Oh, Flame not quite getting the damage he needs. Seraph with the heal, just barely keeping himself alive. You can tell how badly he wants that CS, but it's a death sentence if he goes up there.
No friends for Flame, and it's actually Lyra who visits first.
Lyra trying to grab the kill here. Sonic Wave, Resonating Strike. Seraph flashing away from the winds of war, but there comes the CC. More damage coming out, but it's not quite enough. Flame barely going to miss out on that one. Xmithie bottom side, taken low and shut down by Period, who makes the rotation over the wall. And Immortals has put themselves in a spot where they're too far forward for now. The ball comes over, the orb flies out, Apollo in retreat, the volley connects, it finds its way onto multiple people. The turret goes down, Pobelter, Cody, and Olay in retreat. Seraph is alive, he's into the fight, he's looking to grab Olay, trying to get Cody. The damage comes through onto one, and Pobelter out of mana, trying to find his money.
Hold his but Cody's able to flash plan. Seraph's able to kill here. Things went pretty poorly there in the outcome. In the end, Immortals, though, still fairly close in gold until NV.
Lies very
rings into a Banshee's Veil. Miriam doing it again. It's such a safe build right now, and it's actually quite efficient as well. So adds a little bit more threat to the Ahri, getting that spell shield in pretty quickly. Meanwhile, he's actually been delegated to the mid lane. They're going for the 1-3-1. AD carry and support shifted up to the mid lane, try and push that in and gain them a little bit of pressure around this Mountain Drake. And if they can shove in that mid lane and give the wave advantage, oh, actually, maybe a pick.
Charm of the wall, low HP on Olay, who's likely going to be brought down, but instead they turn it around, grab the kill onto Hakuo. Xmithie chasing down Lyra now. He does have his AD carry right next to him, Apollo there. But are these two in a spot that they can get away from this? Xmithie takes a little bit of damage while they kite back.
Whew, it's hard to keep track, man.
There's so much action.
Envy went for the pick while also going for the mid lane push. So they're going for a little bit too many things at the same time. If your Ashe is mid lane and you're going for this pick and they don't have the Ashe arrow at the beginning of it, so it gets all turned around because Immortals are clumped up in their jungle. So even though the wave was in control of Team Envy, Immortals get the kill, and now they've got control of the Mountain Drake.
Envy still looking like they may want to be contesting this. Here you go, Pyrian jumping in. Galio ulti comes in to protect Pobelter. Lyra wants to maybe go for a steal here, instead does not. Xmithie securing that one. Orb flies out again. Mountain Drake over to Immortals. Meanwhile, Seraph beating down the top lane turret takes that one. Objective for objective.
All right, still some to go here though, because mid lane, they're back at the pushing game. Ashe and Karma trying to get the wave into the turret. Meanwhile, Seraph, all by his lonesome up there. As you said, he had no teleport to join, so just did his work on that top turret.
Seraph slashing and dashing and slicing and dicing his way all over that chicken camp, only to have the big chicken smited away by Xmithy anyway. It's a problem with trying to counter jungle when you're not the jungler. Sometimes you can just show up and say thanks for the leash and walk away. Cinderhulk and Tiamat completed on Xmithy means even though Rek'Sai's intended purpose has changed, the build stays the same as it ever was. Cinderhulk, Titanic Hydra, the Rek'Sai staple.
Yeah, she does scale really well with attack damage now, so he can build maybe a Black Cleaver has been one of the options. Upgrading his Tiamat early on into a Titanic is also a little bit of both worlds there. Get some more health, get the extra damage scaling as well, and it's probably going to be the route that he goes since he's got that Cinderhulk that synergizes quite well with the Titanic. But again, it's going to be about, can Immortals get to that mid game where they get to bring together all their little pieces of this team fight? Rek'Sai goes in with the Shockwave. Flame's going to ult on top of them, and they're supposed to land that crowd control either before to set it up or afterwards if Xmithy's down to use his flash.
And you brought it up earlier, Kobe. Xmithy is the one who has to allow these pieces to come together, and he's having a great game for himself so far. 4 kills, now looking to make it 5. Seraph with the flash into the slice and the dice. Olay's hook will not find him, and he gets away.
And as Immortals continue to look for the 5-on-5 so they can use all of their little pieces, Team Envy are still looking for picks. But they have a lot of pick potential. Lee Sin, Ashe, and Ahri, very good at assassinating someone if an Immortals member is straggling while the rest of them go look for a team play. Currently, though, Rift Herald might be the one to group everybody up. Ahri is in the bottom lane, so Pyrian, no way he's joining. They're making the call to trade.
Yeah, and you know Seraph doesn't want to fight this either. He has no ultimate. Likely just a free objective for Immortals, making the call to grab this one.
They're doubling down on the pushing power, too. They sent Lyra bottom lane as well. So they're going to push mid and bottom against a Rift Herald team, and we may see a race here. Rift Herald empowered push for Immortals versus 2 lanes were pushed for Team Envy, and who's going to get the better of it? That turret is toast with the charge.
Racing against Rift Herald is pretty hard to do, Kobe.
But they had such a big lead. You know, they were racing 30 seconds in advance because it takes time to kill the Rift Herald, so it might even end up going in their favor. And it looks like it will. 2 turrets were taken.
Damage coming through. Cody's son forced to flash himself back. Hakuo keeps that tether attached until it pops. Rift Herald's going to be brought down here before she can do much of anything else.
I like that call from Team Envy. You know, they're more pick-oriented in their composition. They also, because they were pushing earlier, got to take 2 turrets themselves, whereas Immortals, even with the Rift Herald, only got the 1, and Envy's still able to get back and defend. So good split there, and they come out ahead as far as gold on top of it.
And what was Seraph talking about? What we saw before the game. He wants this team to work as a 5-man unit. He wants to see the team play from Team Envy and being able to make those team-wide calls and know what to trade, say, hey, we're not fighting for this, we're doing this instead. That's what he's talking about.
As long as you take advantage of the opportunity cost of killing the Rift Herald, like it actually takes a long time to kill the Rift Herald. As long as you take advantage of that time, and you're hitting a turret, then they are actually able to get the lead and the greater value for themselves. Lyra, though, whoa, that's one big playmaking tool down.
Yeah, that's a free flash going the way of Immortals, thanks to Olay being ready with that death sentence. Lyra not having that now means he's way less threatening. No insect potential when you can't get the flash with the kick. He's going to have to find some creative ward hop pathing instead to get himself behind a value target like Cody or like Pobelt. The A-rank game continues, though.
Yeah,
I mean, we're seeing a lot of this.
It comes down to which AD carrier is going to hit their skill shot, do you think, for the long-range engage? Cody's son or Apollo?
Apollo had a lot of good chains last game. I feel like that's one of the skill shots that you see missed the most in League of Legends. And Apollo was just like, I don't know why everybody misses this thing. Hit, 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 over and over again. Constantly putting those where they needed to be.
Definitely true. Team Envy would rather have it be a little bit more spread out of a game and, you know, try and take advantage of their extra pick potential, their extra mobility. Meanwhile, Seraph does get knocked up.
Getting into a little bit of a scuffle here with Xmithy, who getting closer and closer to that Titanic Hydra. As you can see, Seraph going for the Blade of the Ruined King second. Very damage heavy, very duel heavy on this Renekton.
Uh-oh.
Xmithy going to be stopped from taking the Lantern for now. The ward block technique showcased again, and he's not going to be getting out of that today. Olay now eating some damage from Pyrian as Seraph and Lyra get into position to steal away that blue buff.
Smithy unable to get the click there onto the Lantern. Cheeky little ward there to make it even more difficult, but that is another good pickoff. As we said, Envy, that's exactly what they want. They don't want the 5v5. They don't want the Galio charging in. So they forced it a little bit there while Flame is super far top lane. And if he was going to join at that point, it would have been the teleport. Way less threatening than the ultimate coming through. So good pick for Envy, but Team Immortals not having to give away an objective after the back of it. See about this Infernal.
Infernal, the other one of the big value drakes. We had Mountain, now we've got Infernal. Definitely an objective that you don't want to give away for free. It is a 3,000 gold difference between them. Wow, he interrupts the blast cone, and now Seraph might have been in a little danger, but he had some good slices and dices to get himself away from that.
That's a good health lead on the front line, though. Definitely a lot of value there, taking Renekton's...
But he does have TP, and he can get back to base. Apollo's got to be very careful about Smithy, though.
Easy dodge.
Trying to get away from it. Smithy can't quite get the follow-up he needs there. Apollo stepping back, keeping himself safe. As the fight starts off in earnest, the stuns and the chain damage onto Pobelter, who does go down. Pyrian makes sure of that as more damage comes out. Olay's the second to fall. Envy now retreating, regrouping, making sure they don't go too deep on this. Cody jumped onto by Lyra. Chasing him down, the heal has to be popped. Pyrian with the flash into the charm, and his fate is sealed. 3 kills for Envy, no death so far. Xmithie trying to go onto Apollo, but now he's put himself too far forward. One Rek'Sai is not gonna do a lot against 5 Envy members, and that is a big team fight.
And that is why so many people have problems with the Rek'Sai rework. It's very easy to dodge. Apollo just walks back the other way. Smithy ends up whipping, and everything's out the window at that point. Envy scramble really easily, have the kill advantage, taking down the Baron right afterwards.
Last game, Kobe, they got it at 22 minutes. This game, they're going to get it a little bit later, just shy of 24, but this is a Team Envy that is looking way good in the mid-game compared to what we saw in Spring Split.
Yeah, let's take another look at this. So, okay, this is already after the dodge. From Apollo there. Teleport comes in. Lyra goes in for the kick, but it was interrupted there. Pobelter, though, not able to get out of the way as the kill comes through. And at that point, this is a 3 versus 5 re-engage from Immortals as Cody-san just walks up. And Lyra's happy to take that one. Pyrian flashes over, securing the advantage. And Rek'Sai so easily kited here. Smithy went back in to try and finish it. Whoa!
Meanwhile, bottom, Seraph going after Pobelter. Hakuo here as well to try to help him. They almost get that kill, but scaring him away will be good enough to easily secure this Infernal Drake and this Tier 1 turret for the side of Envy, who will now find themselves enjoying the luxury of another 6,000 gold lead, and they are looking like strong contenders to 2-0 Immortals right now. This is really unexpected. This Team Envy is looking very clean today.
Yeah, and I mean, you can kind of put together the pieces, right? Spring, so much was going right for Team Envy in the early game. They did have a problem, especially with Ninja, giving back a lot of mid-game power, not being able to have, wards up in time for objectives or people in place in time for objectives. The objectives have come very easily for them in this game. You talked about the early Barons. Right after taking very big teamfight victories, they've been pretty clear Baron calls, right?
That's true.
I mean, you kill 4 people, 22 minutes.
There's not a question of what you're
exactly,
doing, right?
Like, tricky puzzle to figure out.
I don't know. Should we back? Should we farm the wolves now? Let's go get Baron.
Yeah. And they have done a very good job of getting these early leads. This is a 7,000 gold lead. Baroned up Envy, pressing in on secondary turrets just into 26 minutes on this game.
Pyrian clearing out some wards in the enemy jungle. Envy wants to make sure that Immortals is afraid to go into their own jungle, afraid to be cut off mid-rotation, so that it's that much more difficult for them to protect these Tier 2 turrets. Baron's still up for another minute or so. Knock up from Xmithie, trying to go in on these guys. Finds it onto Lyra and not Pyrian. Remember, Rek'Sai can only knock up 1 target.
And the hook there was just barely out of range. Olay goes for the hook on the knocked up target, but not in range to hit Pyrian, so he lives. No counter kill here for Immortals, and the siege continues.
The volley from the Ashe in mid lane as well, popping that Banshee's Veil on Pobelter, so giving playmaking potential against that mid laner if they see the opportunity to land the pick CC. 7,000 gold lead continues to build up. Seraph continuing to push bottom side. He's made his way all the way up to the base itself. Inhibitor turret taking some damage down there. As more wards are cleared out, more skill shots find their way into Immortals' health bars, and Envy continues keeping the pressure on for at least the next 20 seconds as they finish off the last of this Baron bot.
Seraph trying to keep his pressure up in the bottom side as the 1-3-1 continues to take its toll. Defense from Immortals, though, they're holding on just barely.
They're not doing too bad. They're not doing too bad. They could be doing a lot worse.
Yeah.
Still keeping those tier 2s online means they're not completely stuck on their back foot yet, but they've still got a lot of work to do to come back from what's an almost 8,000 gold deficit. Guardian Angel also now up and running on Lyra, so it's going to be that much harder to do anything to this guy who, by the way, there's still no deaths on Lyra or Pyrion this game. The two of them have been having just a phenomenal showing, 4-0-5, 4-0, and 3, getting work done and not giving anything back to their opponents.
And again, you know, Lyra's this guy we've come to expect it from, but Pyrion had to pay his dues on the bench for a long time, almost an entire year there, and he was just grinding away at solo queue, you know, working on himself, practicing up, until he got his time to shine here on Envy, and it's really worked out for the better. And this change early on in the season, and then you remember they already were able to take down Phoenix 1 in week 1, so looking to add another win very early into the year here for themselves and get above 500 will be a beneficial start here for the squad. Morale definitely high for them as well.
Oh, absolutely. You go from being a team who's sitting at the bottom of the standings, that's never good for morale because you're just trying to get towards that middle of the pack, prove that you're competitive with the rest of everyone else. Well, now you're going up against upper part of the pack teams and you're beating them. That's very impressive from this team. They just need to make sure that they can continue to play like this and close this game out. It's not over until the Nexus falls. You can't underestimate your opponents either. Immortals, while down, are not out quite yet. Pyrion, Lyra, and Hakuo trying to see if they can get some kind of a flank here, but it's Lyra who goes a little bit too far forward, maybe. Never mind, he is unstoppable. Grabbing the kill onto Cody's son. McSmithy goes down as well as they're looking to make it even more. Seraph will now be on top of Olay as Pyrion has to retreat, zoned away by the ball. Pobelter can't do a whole lot else here, and Envy find 2 for 0.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to fight a 9,000 gold lead almost here as Envy move in and they're looking to clean up. Inhibitor turrets will be the main objective. If they could just break this base open, might be able to end it shortly after. I mean, if they take this one, single recall would be a lot of value.
A little bit more damage onto that turret will finish it. Flame and the rest of the Immortals will hold the line for now, but how much longer is the question, Kobe? Pyrion's knocking on the top side. Got that turret down to about a quarter as well. Everything is starting to get low as now Pyrion's forced to flash. They're still gonna find it. Pyrion trying to walk out. Can he do it? It gets away. The shield from Hakuo.
Ooh, able to keep that death column 0. Spotless there for Pyrion. And as you said, I mean, this gold lead, now it's over 10,000 gold, which is just going to come back to bite you even harder. And the next return that we'll have will also be around Baron, right? 25 seconds. Envy have a very, very clear option here to reset up the vision, couple control wards. They still have space. You can see 3 spaces in inventory with the triple stack there for Hakuo means they can just get right back on that Baron.
Absolutely.
And bait Immortals over.
Baron coming up in 5 seconds. They've already got all the wards in their inventory. That's the prime situation to get in there, force this issue, say, hey, Immortals, come get it. We'll have to see if Immortals are willing to answer that call or if they just turtle up and hope for Envy to commit some kind of a mistake, some sort of over-aggression. Because right now, it's very hard to find any sort of an opportunity. Apollo popping the Blade of the Ruined King immediately to get away from the spin.
Yeah, Apollo not scared at all. He's got both summoners. Able to just get
QSS
out of
as
it.
well?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, double QSS is coming in. Actually, I didn't even notice. Lyra has one himself on top of his Guardian Angel. So
it's gonna be real hard to kill that guy.
He's looking to rack up kills of his own here. Here they come. Ash Arrow is at the ready.
Gotta be aware of those Banshee's Veils, though.
Turret extremely low as well. Pings come back to Baron for the bait. They push up the waves, retreat back to Baron for the bait, then they can look for the Ash Arrow through these jungle corridors, make it much easier to hit. It's all according to plan here. Good setup from Envy.
Who's going to walk too close? Oh, the charm won't find its mark. Very, very close. Could have spelled disaster for Immortals there as Flame eating some damage from Seraph, but gets himself back plenty of time. He does have that Gargoyle Stone Plate now, so if he can find himself a way to jump into the middle of multiple Envy players, he can be incredibly tanky.
That is true. Team Envy still have the vision advantage and still just return to the split push. Poe Belter, nobody's in place to defend topside. Smithy's trying to roam up there. Pyrian gets the wave all the way to the turret, and then they return to the Baron baits.
That sends on to Lyra, who will instantly QSS it. Doesn't want to risk being initiated on right there, as the rest of the team has found their way to Baron Nashor. This is the call. Immortals has to answer here or just yield it, no contest. Olay's back will be stopped by Pyrian. Baron continues to be burnt down, a little bit more damage. The smite comes in. Immortals, now their support is so very low. The stun, the damage, the knockup. Pyrian is shut down, but they trade him away for Olay. A killing spree for Seraph. As he stays in the middle of this fight, a shockwave only onto him. Lyra looking to make the moves into that back line as Immortals have to find some way to deal with this one. Poe Belter falls. Cody Sun, the last Immortal standing. But even Immortals can die today. Cody Sun will not be walking away from this one, or will he? Hakuo tanking that turret, a little bit more damage, and Apollo gets him with the auto attack, the ace for Envy, and they will end this game and 2-0 Immortals.
Yeah, death timers are way too long. Team Envy going to improve to 2-1 here in week 2 of the NALCS.
Let me remind you, Kobe, the fan vote was 90-10 in game number 1 of this series, and Envy proves that 90% wrong and has an awesome showing for themselves to start week 2 off.
Lyra on Lee Sin, 6-0-10.
What do you expect? You give the man his champion. Remember that when Envy placed 10th in Spring Split, Lyra was still first team all NALCS as a jungler. On a 10th place team, that is incredible. This guy is a jungling maniac, and you saw it showcased right there.
Yeah, we also saw some of the flaws in Rek'Sai showcased a little bit. You know, is more DPS oriented, but the ultimate there, good dodges from Apollo. Never really got to have an impactful one. And they never actually got to utilize all those pieces we were looking for. You know, the theory crafting of Rek'Sai in with the Orianna ball, into a Shockwave, into Galio, never did come together, because the Envy early game is step number 1. If you're playing this team, that's the first thing that you're going to have to deal with to even get yourself towards that mid game where you get to pull off your comp.
And when you look at what happened with the Immortals side of things, they finished with 5 kills. 4 of those kills were on Smithy. He was 4-1 at the start of the mid game. He finishes the game 4-5, just showing how that Rek'Sai pick wasn't able to translate the lead that he had into something else. Very unfortunate for them. They still, of course, will have one more game to play this week. Both teams will. So we'll have to see if they can bounce back. But Envy has got to be feeling good with the momentum that they got from a win here. They look like such a better team, so coherent, just like we heard the conversation from Seraph talking about, I want to play as a 5-man unit. That's what they did.
Yep, able to get multiple early Barons for themselves to shore up the 10 to 20 worry period.
Yeah, there was so many times in Spring Split, you watch an Envy game, and it's like, oh man, Envy's doing so good. It's 15 minutes, they're on top of it. It's 20 minutes, they're great. Oh, it's 22 minutes, they gave a Baron away to the enemy team. What happened? But now they're giving the Barons to themselves, and they're just finishing these games, and they look good doing it.
Yeah, they get their early lead, push 2 lanes, vision on Baron, and it's definitely a lot of good marked improvement for them. We'll see if they can continue it further into the split, though.
And you got to give credit, not just, I mean, we talk a lot about Lyra, and he is an insane jungler, but the rest of the guys on the team, talking about the bottom lane as well.
Sure.
We saw crazy plays from Apollo. We saw some great moves from Hakuo. All of them together, working together to make this happen. For a first-hand account on that series, though, we're going to hear from Riv and Team Envy's bot laner.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Great cast on the day. I am joined by the artist formerly known as Wiz Fusion. It's Apollo of Team Envy. We're here. They just took down Immortals. And I got to ask you guys, or I got to ask you at least, as you're the only one up here. Coming into today, I think a lot of people expected Immortals to take this game. What was the mindset of Envy?
I mean, I knew actually Immortals had like a really strong start in the week 1, so I knew they were going to be the harder match than TL. But yeah, I didn't really care. We just practiced, and I think we played really well as a team today.
And how is the communication going between the team? Because we heard there was a lot of communication between you and Hakuo, and it would be disjointed between the other members. How has that grown for Envy?
Well, yeah, compared to last split especially, it's gone a lot better. And I felt like not only did our communication get better, it's just, I mean, along with the communication, our team play gets better, and I think it shows.
And on top of that, what if you can kind of pinpoint a few things is different for Envy this season? Final question, why are you guys starting to surge, and how did you just take down Immortals?
The main thing that we focused on was just a lot of macro. Like, that was probably our worst thing that happened last split, is that when it came to our early game, yeah, we did okay, but then after like the mid and late game, we just didn't know what we were doing, and so we really focused on that this split, and yeah, so I think the game's like a lot cleaner when we're ahead.
I'm sure the fans are happy to see the wins coming out in the beginning of the split. Congratulations on the win, and best of luck as Envy goes on. We're gonna throw it to the analyst desk to break down the rest of that game.
Thank you very much, Riv. And yeah, you got to say, you take an ex-StarCraft pro, put him as a coach. No wonder they've got good macro. Very different macro, to be fair. One's making units and one's taking Barons at 25 minutes. But
yeah, macro StarCraft 2 was more APM.
A little different, but I wanted to make the joke all the same. So hey, a big win out of Team Envy. 2-0 for them. They now join a large or a growing list of 2-1 teams. They're there alongside Immortals here, and it was a good game for them.
And I think that's the big thing, is just it's kind of become more of a team effort. Like Lyra still going crazy. He had the excellent Nidalee game 1 this time on Lee Sin, great champ for him, but he has a lot more coming out of his supporting cast, especially as you go like a little bit later into the game. Wiz Fusion, Apollo, always love mixing those names up. He had a great game 1, and then this time around Pyrian in game 2 actually got involved in a lot of plays, even the early ones as well. So he has a much better late game to help out his great early game from the rest of his team.
Yeah, and as Apollo mentioned in the interview, better late game shot calling. So I did want to point out the fact that we got new Rek'Sai in the game. It was very exciting for me, and so I wanted to pull out some clips of Xmithie going well on it. And honestly, some of this was pretty good. Some of it was just, well, I'm a jungler in a fight.
Yeah, what was sad was we were both watching this play right here, and good collapse, get the first kill onto Sarah from the team, and then this is going to be the first time that we see the kill.
The first Rek'Sai ult of pro play.
For a kill, and it goes 1 foot and kills Apollo. So not quite the most exciting.
With the killing shot in the air.
Yeah. So
and then snipes that one.
Yeah. So obviously not the greatest highlight package out of Rek'Sai. There's mixed opinions on. A lot of people don't think it looks that great. There's obviously the statistics.
There's a few who like it.
There's a few people in high elo who like it, but it's still generally considered a little weak. Xmithie tried to make it work here, but even though I wouldn't say the pick's super strong, I don't think that was just the only problem on the side of Immortals at all.
No, I think that's completely true. And in fact, we saw some pretty bad team fighting from them. We've got a next clip, which is a big win for Team Envy, where they actually end up getting, I believe it's 4 kills all across the map, starting with the top side.
And during this time, Lyra starts this one off. Probably have gotten a solo kill here. Seraph makes it a little dicey trying to get involved with this kill, has to flash the Winds of War to get in range, and they are able to take down Flame. Seraph starts recalling because on the bot side of the map at the exact same time, there's a fight going on where IMT is trying to force on the weak side of the map. But Pyrian, like we said, has done a great job moving around the map, gets there in time to make this a 3-for-3, and obviously a mid-game Ahri is pretty strong, able to turn this one back in their favor, and then even though Pobelter kind of gets involved, fails to flash, can't get the damage quite where he wants it, and now he's in threat of getting chased down as the rest of Immortals, with those low cooldowns on Ahri, and with that teleporting Seraph who finally recalled coming in.
Right, and this was probably supposed to be a good fight for Immortals with the fact that Lyra's up there alongside Seraph. This is supposed to be a 4v3, but as you mentioned before, Pyrian's the one roaming first. There's the chase down, the auto attack and a charm combo, the proper mechanics for
bread and butter Ahri combos.
Bread and butter. Auto, land the charm, auto one more, get the kill with Thunderlords. And you can see that gold grab just... And what's funny is it's not a game where it was a 17,000 gold in 20 minutes, which Envy then tanked. It was a reasonably close game for the first 15 that they then snowballed off of. And that growth, like if you take old Team Envy from Spring Split, and you give a macro like this, where they're actually winning games from close ones, like this becomes an insanely scary team and one that fans can be really hopeful for.
I think for me, the thing for Envy was that despite how good their early games were, you hear Apollo talk a lot about their macro, also their team fighting. They didn't know what were good engages to take and which ones weren't. This time, working much better as a unit. Part of that's just getting used to playing with each other, obviously, and I think part of it has to do with the champion pools changing as well. They're not as reliant on these wonky 1-3-1 crazy counter picks in top and mid. Their comps are a little bit more standard. Ziggs is not in the bot lane all the time, and so you can kind of match up with other teams because the players are plenty skilled enough. It was always getting on the exact same page and what they wanted to do.
Yep, so we're going to move on to player of the game, which will go to Lyra for the honors here on the Lee Sin. Did really, really well for himself. Of course, 6-0-10. Good KP, good everything. Honestly, he's a great Lee Sin player. No surprise.
It feels like almost any game you can pretty much give it to Lyra as long as he's performing like usual, which is basically player of the game status. Yeah. I do want to give a shout out to Pyrian because, like we said, getting early on those roams stops some of Lyra's plays from getting punished because while he's up on the top side, your bot lane might be exposed, but Pyrian kind of covers that and buys the team enough time to keep making these plays.
Yeah, absolutely the case. So great win by Team Envy. Now let's pull up these standings as we close out the day. Cloud9 did get their win. They got that shot to their first one on the board by beating up Phoenix1. And for the first time in about 11 months, Team Envy have a winning match record. They are 2-1 for the first time they've been ahead since week 6 of last summer's split. Maybe more good things to come. And of course, we'll be back tomorrow with more NALCS action. Our coverage kicks off with Team Dignitas versus TSM, both at 1-1 on NALCS 1. Then Immortals hope for a bit of a bounce back when they take on the winless FlyQuest in the battle arena afterwards. Meanwhile, on NALCS 2, Gate and Echo Fox aim to defeat Huhi and Counterlogic Gaming, battle of 2-0 squads. And the Battle Theater will then host Team Envy versus Team Liquid as Envy look to maybe improve to 3-1 and be near the top at the end of that one. Now, for myself, the casters, the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching. We will see you tomorrow for more North American LCS. Good night.
We're getting ready for now our first series here as North American Rift rival representatives Phoenix1 and Cloud9 take to the stage. It is strange to think coming into this match that one of these teams are going to end the day at 0-3. He still has all that they needed, uses it there for the kill onto Zig, and the pressure to Honori here. Shady's looking to come in for the shields, but he's put himself in a bad situation as Contracts goes for the undertow kill, and Shady falls coming in for protection.
Yeah, Meteos back in once again. I mean, perfect gaming aside from the Rift Herald.
All right, guys, I'm gonna give you a pep talk. Last game was unlucky, but you guys have to carry me this game, okay?
Yeah.
All right.
Jensen in no man's land. Can he get the blast zone? The last arrow over the wall, dips down, takes him out. That's going to be Jensen down. We'll see who else hits this one. Meteo's still very low.
We're doing it, boys. We're doing it. We're having fun.
Line. Whoa, Meteos gets abducted towards the back. He tries to body slam back in, and they get a huge hit coming in from Sneaky.
They've only finds its way onto Flame now. We've got Olay into the mix. Lyra is done. Apollo finds himself found out by Pobelter, trying to flash away, outplay the charm. The damage comes through. Apollo makes the outplay. And now can they find even more? I think they might. Seraph gonna be taunted up, locked down, versus low, but instead it's Immortals, whose health bars rapidly find themselves deleted off the face of the earth.
I'm coming. Left side. Just the left side. Okay, guys?
Okay. And they will end this game and 2-0 Immortals.